Woke up with the window open, sun on my floorboards, mind wide open. I left the doubt by the door, or didn't need it anymore. Pulled on my shoes, hit the pavement, heart in my chest, I could feel it saying, girl, don't wait for a sign. You got this life, it's mine, it's mine. So I'm running toward the spark, even if it starts small. One brave step, then I give it all. Another rail, another day. Love is life, let it play. Be happy, breathe it in. Live your dreams, let them begin. Another rail, another spark. Keep it bright, keep it hard. Love this life, let it stay. Be happy, shine away. I called my friends from the corner store, said, come on down, there's room for more. We danced in the kitchen light, laughing loud on a Friday night. And if the road gets a little wild, I keep that grin, keep that inner child. I know my name, I know my song, I've been growing all alone. So I'm running for the spark, even if it starts small. One brave step, then I give it all. Another round, another day. Love is life, let it play. Be happy, breathe it in. Live your dreams, let them begin. Another round, another spark. Keep it bright, keep it hard. Love this life, let it stay. Be happy, shine away. If you fall, get up singing. If you doubt, keep on dreaming. The best part's still ahead, right where your heart said. Another rail, another day. Love is life, let it play. Be happy, breathe it in. Live your dreams, let them begin. Another rail, another spark. Keep it bright, keep it hard. Love this life, let it stay. Be happy, shine away.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? Hi, everyone. It is July 14th, Tuesday at 1:10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Hi, everybody. How are you? This working? You guys can hear me and everything? I'm not muted. Hi. How are you all? I hope you're doing good. I'm just getting my day moving, to be honest. Oh, and it's 11:11. Sorry, it's 1:11 right now. Woo, woo. The angels are here. I'm just getting my day started. I thought I'd go live. We could watch stuff, hang out, etc. as I am working. Holy shit, I have so much work to do. I'm waiting for FedEx to arrive with my box of supplies. Hopefully they're going to be here soon because I have stuff I need to make for orders that I wanted to send out today, but it looks like it'll probably be tomorrow. So there you are. Hi, Miriam. Hi, Truth. Hi, everybody in here. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Donna. Hi, Lena. Hi, Krista. Hi, Kat H. How's everyone doing? I haven't been paying attention to YouTube much the last couple of days. So we're going to go and watch some stuff, see what we've missed. Hi, Susie. Hi, Hunt. And I got my nails done yesterday. Hopefully you can see them. Isn't that cute? Hopefully you can see that. I had to get my nails done. My nails were absolutely shot. My nails get destroyed while I'm making candles and everything. So, hi Nanette, thank you for being here. Yeah, they're cute. I think they're cute. The nail technician, I told him, I said, do whatever you want. He knows. I'm like, you know what I like, so just do it. So this is what his creation was. Little clouds and possibly birds. It looks like it might be. He tried to attempt to draw little birds on there. It's supposed to be the sunset sky. So I hope you're all doing well. Did you have a good weekend? It's so hot everywhere. I know. You guys are going through some crazy heat wave in the States, right? And Eastern Canada. It's hot here, but it's supposed to hit 35 degrees here soon. And I'm so thankful for air conditioners, that's for sure. And I'm super freaking thankful that we got an air conditioner installed in my neighbor's house. I can't, I've said this before. We've been here 2 years, and the last 2 summers in a row, I worried about my neighbor so much. She's in her 80s and she had no air conditioner. And so she finally came over last week and was like, can you please order one for me? I'm like, sure. And then it turned out we had a spare one under the house. So we gave her our spare one and Savvy hooked it up for her. So it's nice when I step outside, I can hear her air conditioner going, ee! So I'm so happy to know that she's using it. Oh, there's no air conditioner there. Oh, Krista, yuck. 90, 92. That's crazy. Yeah, so it's like it's a stress off of my shoulders. I don't have to worry about my neighbor. So yeah, so come on in, hang out with me. I have a lot of work to do, so we're going to just watch stuff. I'll do commentary as we're watching. As you can see, I've got 2 huge freaking boxes behind me. 2 huge boxes of stuff I need to unpack. 92 there feels like 100. Oh, that's nasty. You all have air conditioning, right? Please tell me you all have air conditioning. Feels like the devil's armpit. Yeah, I can imagine. You all have air conditioning? Yes, yes. Okay. Good. Add 3 teaspoons of salt to the water. Freeze. Place in front of it a fan. Ah, that's an excellent idea, Truth. That's a really good idea. And what does the salt do, Truth? I've heard that before. What does the salt do when you add it to the water? Does it help it dissipate better? Good. I'm glad you all have AC. Crazy. So we're going to just watch a whole bunch of stuff on YouTube. Let's get my ass moving. But I got a slab house. I don't use it much. So, oh, you got a thick house. Oh, there you go. Oh, the salt keeps it colder. Very interesting. Damn, the whole time I lived in Arizona, I didn't know that. Okay. I will remember that tip for life now. Junie's pissed right off at me. Savvy's working, and so I haven't been able to take her out frickin' 3 times a day. I took her out last night at like 9 o'clock because it was pretty cool then, but she doesn't understand 35 degrees, right? And I can't take her. I don't want to burn her paws. So she's just sulking, whining, pissed off at me. Under Armour tees and my neighbors. There you go. A pool would be fantastic, wouldn't it? So I got exciting news. Wendy, one of the subscribers that comes on all the time, she's coming over tomorrow. She'll be here tomorrow morning. Pretty cool, eh? So we'll probably go live together. A slab house is also underneath, no basement, no crawl space. No, I got it. Okay, I got what you're saying, Krista. Yeah, so hopefully I'll go live with the two of us together, or at least get photos. So I'm looking forward to it. So what has been happening on the YouTube streets? Oh boy. Let's watch some Brian Enton stuff, and then we'll watch some Ashley Bamfield stuff. Sound good? It's kind of quiet. Okay. That's my washer. I think you're hearing my washer. Or you're hearing thunder at your place. We just had 3 USA Apache, actually 3 Blackhawks fly over our house about an hour ago, which is totally weird. For some reason, they're here in Kelowna. I think they're people are saying they're doing training here. I could hear them coming for like a mile away. I'd forgotten how loud they are. Like at Cal, where I lived in Arizona, it was the Valley fly through for the Air Force to Davis-Monthan, and holy fuck, they used to like just skim my house, like literally skim the trees of my property, and my whole place would just rock. So this morning, I'm hearing this noise. I'm like, what is that noise? And they were flying over. The house was shaking again. I'd forgotten how loud they were. It's quite daunting. Like, I can't, be scary for terrorists if a Black Hawk was flying over top of you. Right? Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Let's just start with some Brian Enton. We're going to dive into Brian Enton stuff. So all this is fair use commentary. Please show Brian Enton some love. We all love Brian Enton on this channel. And you're going to watch me have a real fun time with thousands of popcorn pieces. Okay, so let's go. So show Brian some love. Tell him I sent you. Subscribe, give him a like, and let's see what he's got going on. This is regarding investigators using birth certificates and DNA in disturbing Siders case.
Thanks so much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate everybody for watching. Appreciate everybody who has subscribed. There are new details that are coming out in this House of Horrors case in Ohio. That's what it's sort of been called, the story House of Horrors. And based on all the details that I've seen, it truly was horrific. Details about the parents' history, more about what was happening that may have gone unnoticed, what the parents' defense may be in all of this. I get to all of these new details coming up in this episode. Also, like all their birth certificates, just really tracing back the history of this family. A little bit of the backstory, though. 16 children were rescued from an Ohio home. The kids were kept.
Okay, I'll be back in a second. I need to find a container to put all these popcorn pieces in. Oh, and you can hear little Missy at my door here going, mama.
Isolated. It was a 12 by 12 foot home. I'm sorry, 12 by 12 foot room inside the small home, according to authorities. The kids isolated from the world, police say, and living in just total squalor. Investigators describe the children as almost feral, which I've seen some of the comments, like people are like, oh my gosh, it's such an awful way to describe children. And I don't disagree, but that's what investigators said at their press conference. And I think it just gives you an idea of how bad apparently this was. The children were ranging in age from 18 months to 18 years old. They were 18, 16, 15, 14, 13, 11, 10, 8, 6, 5, 4-year-old twins, 2-year-old twins, and 1.5-year-old twins. The parents and the grandparents were arrested. 73-year-old Gary Siders, 60-year-old Christina Siders, 36-year-old Gary Siders II, and 33-year-old Elizabeth Siders. Now, Gary Siders Sr. Apparently has some kind of health condition, we've learned. When he was booked in, they discovered it, apparently, and according to prosecutors, he's now been transferred to a hospital. Elizabeth Siders, the mom, her lawyer has been doing a lot of interviews. He also spoke on News Nation, and he's defending Elizabeth, claiming that this entire situation is not what it is being portrayed in the media and with law enforcement. Listen to what the lawyer said on
FedEx just arrived. Yay!
We're talking about a headline that reads, "A House of Horrors, Pure Evil." That is the description that the Ohio Attorney General used. And I believe that that is probably the reason that we're here today doing this interview, is because the Ohio Attorney General, and now picked up by the media, is using this inflammatory and invocative language. So we are at the very early stages of this investigation. I was able to meet with my client, Elizabeth. I've met with her now 3 times. The person that I met does not come across as pure evil. The person that I met comes across as a mother who has been separated from her children, who is exhausted, and who misses her children, and is asking me constantly what she needs to do to see her children again, what she needs to do to ultimately be reunited with her children. That does not jive with the prosecutor's narrative. It doesn't jive with the Attorney General's narrative. And I think because of that language that was used so early on in this case, we are sitting here now having to defend that on television and in the media instead of in a court of law.
Meanwhile, the dad, Gary Siders Jr., who is 36 years old, there's this separate incident involving him where he's accused of public indecency. And according to court documents, he's accused of exposing himself outside of his home to people other than those in his household. And it apparently happened on 4 different occasions, according to court documents back in May, according to WOWK, which is one of the local affiliates.
Wow, that's crazy. So he's a flasher. Holy. Hi, Valhalla. He's a flasher. That's nuts. I always find, these suspects in these cases, they're telling on themselves, literally. Like, they're telling on themselves. What a freak.
Gary Siders Jr. and Elizabeth Siders were married in 2008. Elizabeth was 15 years old. Gary was 18 years old. Their eldest child, who is now 18, was born just 2 months after their marriage. So Elizabeth was very, very young. In addition to the 16 children, WOWK reports that another set of twins, both girls, were born in 2022, but died the same day. There is a man named Ronnie Fletcher, who is the son-in-law on the Siders family, and he spoke to news station WOWK.
If we would have known that it was like that in that home, we would have done something about it. Even if it was to just go there and take the kids ourselves or give more money. I mean, whatever. Them girls would have went there and cleaned the house themselves if they would have known it was like that. Last time we heard from them, we gave them a car. And it's probably close to a year ago now. We've done what we could for that family at the arm's length that they was keeping us at.
What do you want people to know about your family and then your extended family?
Well, I mean, I just want them to know that all right, my wife would take the last $5 out of her pocket and buy somebody a meal and chance running out of gas to get home. If we didn't know this was that way, we would have helped. Yeah.
So for more on where the investigation stands now, I want you to hear my conversation with LA Magazine reporter Lauren Conlin, who's been all over this story. Hey, Lauren, it's good to see you. This is such just a disturbing case on so many levels. everything about it. I was kind of skeptical that like all 16 kids were born in the hospital, but the new reporting I'm seeing is that there like are birth certificates for all of them. Is that true? And if so, like, do we know how then did the officials not keep up with these kids and they just sort of disappeared off the radar?
You're right, Brian. So it was ABC6, a local affiliate, who actually was able to pull all of the birth certificates for all 16 children, and they confirmed that all of them were born in hospitals, which is interesting to your point, because you know I'm thinking back about when I gave.
Thank you for wanting to tell me. I know. I watch every single thing. I know all about it. Thank you for letting me know.
Birth, and you know, women out there, you guys can sort of think back or remember, weigh in here, but we had to either write down the name of our pediatrician, or you know, the hospital would assign one to us initially, and then from there it was kind of like, well, if you don't make these appointments, someone's got to hold you accountable, because the hospital has all of this on record, and at least this was in my experience. And so I go back to like, what happened in between?
Hey guys, I've been on the road so much lately. I've been distracted by so many stories, and there are certain things I just don't have the time to deal with. And identity theft is definitely one of those things. It's the worst. It happened to my dad. It took forever for him to sort it out. And the truth is, we're all at risk. I've been alerted by several banks I've used that there was a data breach. Incognito. Did you see the one family member who posted on Facebook something about how they just have low IQ? Like that's what happened here. It's not more complicated than that. It's not evil. It's just low IQ, which I just don't buy. I mean, you can have low IQ, but that doesn't mean you would have 16 kids living in squalor to the point where it sounds like at least one is in really, really bad shape, or was in really bad shape, even health-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I did see that. That was one of Elizabeth Sider's brothers, I believe. And look, this is tough, Brian, because I feel like it's really hard for a lot of us to comprehend. You know, we are fortunate, and you know, what we, I guess, see in our lives is much different than what these people see. So, you know, just to sort of deter from your question for a second, local reporters also spoke to an employee at the Dollar General who came in contact with a few members of the Siders family who would pop in. They said mainly at night. They had.
Okay, Mini Lux subscribers, we have beautiful blue tissue. Pretty nice. But let's try blue for a change. I never do blue in my boxes, and I was thinking of water, tropical waters, blue. So here we are. We've got blue. Yay.
Very, very poor hygiene is what this employee said, but that wasn't really uncommon for such an impoverished area. That didn't make them, you know, think anything of this. And they would mainly buy chips and diapers, this guy said, and sometimes they didn't have enough money. So I'm thinking about, you know, the fact that Elizabeth had, I think it was 3 sets of twins, ages 4, 2, and 1. That's 6 toddlers. I mean, you know, I've had toddlers. You have to change their diaper, you know, multiple times a day. We're talking like 5 to 6 times at a certain point, you know, within a 12-hour period. Do you think these kids had that type of attention on them? No, absolutely not. I just feel like, yes, low IQ would be a part of it. But also, you know, they're very, very impoverished. And I mean, you're right. I just about like, you know, I don't buy that it's like they didn't know any better, but I just don't know if it's evil at this point. But there's so many things that we don't know. It's hard to say that conclusively, but I'm having a hard time now saying, okay, they did this on purpose. They only cared about themselves. It doesn't sound like they were taking great care of themselves either.
Do we know why the investigators ended up at the house? Because there were the reports initially about indecent exposure, that there may have been like a warrant or an investigation involving, I guess, Gary Jr. and indecent exposure. But now I've heard that that's not necessarily why they came? Do we know?
Investigators are not confirming that is why, but yes, initially many of us were reporting that as the reason. There was about 4 different instances or charges of indecent exposure in May of 2026, and they were about 3 or 4 days within each incident, I guess. So the criminal complaint doesn't tell us exactly what happened during those incidents, but I did see an interview on a local news station with Gary Sider's Gary Sider Jr.'s attorney, and he stated that he did not think this would be the reason. I mean, that they would come, storming in here. So what is the reason? I don't know. That's part of the mystery here.
Has there been any kind of update on the condition of the kids since we first heard about this?
Well, investigators and the county attorney have said the kids are all in foster homes. They're getting the care they need. They're getting the attention that they need, and they're all doing very well. They've stated that DNA testing is still underway, although, it is interesting. I heard that last week at a press conference. However, the birth certificates were obtained by ABC6, which stated that Elizabeth and Gary were both the father and mother of these kids. So, I am wondering, I guess, what the DNA testing could be for additionally, if anything. Maybe they just want to double check. But the kids are doing okay so far. And also, there was a Facebook post that had surfaced of this alleged foster mom. Again, investigators have not confirmed and law enforcement hasn't confirmed. But this foster mom had said to somebody in a response that she had 2 of the Siders girls, and they confirmed that their mom was pregnant with the baby girl, which I thought was, I guess, not shocking, but with what we're dealing with here.
Say that again, because I'm just trying to follow. So the foster mom posted what?
She posted in response to some question that she had 2 of the Siders girls in her care, and they told her that Elizabeth Siders is currently pregnant right now.
No,
really? So is there? I wonder though if that would have come out in the proceedings somehow, like when they were discussing like her in custody and how she should be treated. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I've seen that come out before when people are in court and they're pregnant.
Well, if you remember, during that initial arraignment, Elizabeth Siders, this is the only time we've seen her, or any of them actually, attempt to speak. She attempted to say something to the judge. I couldn't quite make it out. You can find this clip. And the judge was like, I need to remind you, you have the right to remain silent. Whatever you're about to say, this is not the time to say it. So who knows what she was going to say. But I did see her attorney, she's getting care packages in jail. And also her brother posted her booking number so people could find her booking number in order to send her these care packages, which again, her attorney isn't saying much about if this is true or not. He hasn't really addressed it at all. Neither has law enforcement. So I don't know if this is factual, but I'm also like, why is this person saying this on Facebook? Isn't this, this is seemingly private, but I guess this is a very national case at this point. So
when it's a small town, it seems like people just kind of talk, and Facebook seems to be the preferred. I've noticed like a lot of the family members are on Facebook. So you're saying she could be pregnant with child number 17?
I think there's a very high probability, again, especially based on the fact that she has been pregnant every year since 2008. It's about that time, Brian. So,
And so even though the dad is listed on, Gary Jr. is listed on the birth certificates, but you're saying there's ongoing DNA testing, I guess that would make sense because when you're the dad listed on the birth certificate, like there's no DNA, right? You could just say this is the dad and they'll put the dad, right? It could be someone else for some of them.
No, you're right. That they don't test your baby.
Right.
You just, you fill out these forms. But I think that as this case progresses, there are more family members coming out, and it does seem like the Siders were very isolated for quite some time. And also the local reporters, they've been kind of showing us some drone footage of the home, and it really was secluded. Like there weren't neighbors right next door. It was very much kind of away from everything. So I still am confused though as to how no one saw 16 kids move into that home, and no one saw, it's very bizarre, very, very
I don't
bizarre.
buy it. I don't buy that there wasn't, I mean, there was the railroad tracks right there.
Yeah.
I just think 16 kids, there had to be someone who saw something.
Right?
Have we heard anything about a possible defense at this point? I mean, do you think mental health is going to come into play here?
Well, Gary Siders Sr. is getting an evaluation. The state signed off on that. His attorney had stated that initially he had no idea how to follow these court proceedings. He was very lost. He didn't even know who his attorney was, why he was there. And they were like, okay, we need to get him evaluated ASAP. So that should be happening. And I'm willing to bet there probably will be some kind of NGI plea, because they're kind of saying that he was not in his right state of mind when, these I don't even know how to say this, because Brian, we don't even actually know. I keep saying alleged abuse, but like we don't actually know if these kids were hit, if they were starved, if they were just living in filthy conditions. We don't know all of the details here. So this guy,
She's pregnant again, eh? That's just crazy shit. Wow. Yeah, I hope it's not the older man. Absolutely crazy. Hi, let them.
Gary Siders Sr., he could have just been living in this house in his own world, dealing with whatever he's allegedly dealing with and not actually knowing. But then I go back to the whole, these kids have, a lot of them have been around for, let's say, 18 years. So what happened up until then? How are they living 5 years ago? Was it like this? Was there a decline? Did something happen specifically?
When the reports that the 18-year-old can't even write her name, did you see that?
I did. And that was one of the questions. Why is an 18-year-old grouped in with a child endangerment case? And they said, well, she couldn't write her own name. We thought, she potentially was mute. But then good old Facebook is again, this is unconfirmed, but there have been rumors. And also Elizabeth Siders' attorney did echo this. The older kids had social media. They had iPhones and they were communicating with people this way. So I don't know what the truth is there. We'll find out. But her attorney, Tommy Stolley, also said, she shared all these inside jokes with the kids. Her and Gary Siders always wanted a big family. So a lot of these statements are just wildly conflicting, if you ask me at this point.
So I was looking back at the Turpin case from California. Do you remember that case?
Yeah.
We interviewed the prosecutor who prosecuted that case and was very close to the Turpin kids and still is.
The Turpin case. Have any of you watched that Turpin case stuff? Yeah, we're covering this case. Yep. I've never even heard of the Turpin case. Be interesting to go back and watch that too. I've never heard of it.
And really, these cases are very complicated. Like, it's not cut and dry. And like what you said about, the 18-year-old being an adult, even though she's an adult, they're still like children. And that was the same case with the Turpins. Like, you can't really treat them as adults because they never went to school. They, you know what I mean? Like, mentally, they're still kids, but it's complicated because even she was explaining, like, even with all the abuse with the Turpins, some of those kids still missed their parents. I mean, that's all they've ever known. So I don't know. I think it's not as cut and dry as just saying these people are awful, evil, which maybe they are, but like you said, you bring poverty into it. You bring maybe like mentally diminished, IQs, like the family's saying. I mean, I think it's not just cut and dry, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, look, when investigators had said, some of the kids were close to death, my thought went to starvation, I think, at that point, or a possible infection just from, there was one bathroom in that house. And again, it didn't seem like it was used a lot, or maybe they didn't even have soap. So again, you're living in conditions like this. It is, very easy to get these infections or deal with these illnesses. And if you don't have proper medical care, then yes, or proper vaccinations, even whatever it is. Yeah, these kids could be close to death. So I wasn't exactly thinking of a Turpin situation where, some of the Turpin kids were chained to a bed. They would be beat and, read passages from the Bible if they didn't do XYZ because their parents had this certain ideology. I don't think that the Siders are calculated like that. Again, as of right now, could I change my mind as things come out? Absolutely. But everything that we've learned so far, Brian, I just don't think that they had this, evil just plan in their head to keep breeding these children and torturing them and beating them and starving them. I again think that it might have been just carelessness. It might like low IQ. I know I sound like a broken record. I want to be inside that courtroom. I want to, I wish that we had a preliminary hearing, but again, they waived it last week. So it's going to a grand jury. Maybe we'll find out more based on a possible indictment. I do believe they will be indicted, but we'll see.
Yeah, it seems like this is maybe more a failure of the system too, like for not keeping track of the kids, no one noticing that that they basically just disappeared, and and maybe it'll even come out later that there were reports made that just went ignored. That wouldn't surprise me either, to like protective services or whatever. So it's so sad though. Thank you for digging into it, Lauren, and for joining me.
Yes. Of course. Anytime, Brian. I hope that we know more soon so we can speak a little bit more intelligently about, the family.
All right. Talk to you later. Really appreciate Lauren for taking.
That was really good. Okay. Let's see. What else does he have going on? Bryanton. 3 days ago. Missing scientist 10 days ago. I kind of didn't really remember. I said we were going to do the missing scientist. I kind of just dropped the missing scientist because my readings. I'm flat out getting. You guys told me what you guys know what my readings say. I'm flat out getting like they've sacrificed their lives to protect their work. Okay, let's see. Lance Twigs. Let's watch some Lance, Charlie Kirk stuff. You want to watch some Charlie Kirk stuff? They do not live like that. Exactly, Donna. Okay, do you want to watch some Charlie Kirk? Let's do that. Actually, no. Let's see what is going on for Ashley Banfield. I sent Ashley an email and a message on Twitter. I'm hoping she answers me. Oh, nothing really new with Ashley. Nothing really new on Ashley's channel. That's interesting. Okay. Disturbing body language. Okay, let's watch this one. One sec here. I love Ashley so much.
I secretly eat late at night. And
Okay.
hey, everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. And I don't always tell the truth, especially when it comes to eating. I secretly eat late at night, and I don't want my husband knowing about it because I struggled with eating my whole life. And I'm always on a diet, and I'm always fasting and all the rest. And I don't tell the truth about always eating the night before. And I sometimes try to hide some of the stuff in the garbage. It's that bad. Yes. It is.
Oh, I can relate. I can relate, girlfriend.
Good at
I can relate.
I have something called consciousness of guilt. I try to not tell the truth about the eating at night. But he always knows. And he's really nice about it. I mean, he doesn't hold my feet to the fire about anything. It's really just me. I'm just the one who's like wound up about it. But it brings me to Brian Hooker. Because all roads right now lead to Brian Hooker, right? My roads, Coast Guard Investigative Services roads are all leading to Brian Hooker, who I am wondering, what road are you on right now, Brian? You sure have gone underground. You're off the grid somewhere. Whether you were in Michigan at some point getting that lawyer of yours, or in Sacramento saying, I need to see my sick mom, and your sister's there, the one who helped you in the Bahamas. Love to know her story. I would love to see your face now. Suddenly you're not giving interviews anymore. Why? Brian Hooker, why are you not giving interviews?
Okay.
Because I think your consciousness of guilt might show.
I love
because you have
Ashley.
lied. You have lied about so many things provable. Let's just
so you guys know, I told her that in my message to her. I'm like, I absolutely love you. We cover you on my channel, and thank you for all of your fantastic work. She does such a good job.
start with the weather. You lied about the weather. The night you said there were 2 to 4 foot seas, and out Lynette went, and I couldn't reach her because the seas were angry, my friend, and we got separated, and I'm a former Marine and I can't deal with that. Seas weren't angry, my friend. It was calm, glass-like, actually, barely a ripple. We saw the pictures, saw the videos of that exact time of night in that exact place. So you're a liar. What else did you lie about? I'm investigating as well. Witnesses, things that were on board, maybe might still be on board, might now be in evidence, behaviors, all sorts of things, photographs, lots of things that show, ooh, Brian, things aren't looking good for you. And one thing that doesn't look good is you, the way you look when you speak and when you try to tell everybody what happened, including your friend Blaine Stevenson, who recorded you because you started to sound like shite. Actually, he recorded you because your verbal logorrhea went on for 40 minutes and they just couldn't keep up. They just couldn't write the stuff fast enough. And then they started to realize, what the hell
Wrap, anyone?
is going on with this guy? The stuff he's saying is just preposterous and implausible and you name it. Thank God they recorded it, because now we have a record of your behavior and your lies. So that audio exists, which we can analyze. And also your interviews with CBS, ABC, and NBC the morning after you got bounced out of detention in the Bahamas because they just couldn't come up with enough evidence to keep you. I don't know how.
Have a good day at work, Krista. Or good night. Have a good one, babe. Remember to stay hydrated. Hi, Francis.
How? I could see it. I could see probable cause like that just by looking at the weather and your bullshit story of going from the Abaco Inn back to your sailboat. That stuff didn't match. I could have found that within 24 hours. I could have found that was a lie. I could have actually gone to all of those homes and asked for their surveillance video. But unfortunately, I wasn't there long enough. And that stuff records over. And by the time I had tracked down many of these homes, that stuff had recorded over. It doesn't mean that the agencies that actually operate those systems can't scratch some of those images, because I think they can.
Yes,
they did in Nancy
good
Guthrie's
point.
case. Oh, Brian, bad fact, right?
Good point.
Might be able to act.
Good point, Brian. I mean, Ashley, good point. I'm sure they've got video evidence of you, dude. Your TikTok, you're going down.
Actually get the surveillance video from all the homes that overlook Aunt Pat's Bay that saw your boat, and maybe even your dinghy actually coming back to your boat that night instead of having a catastrophic incident 1,000 yards away that blew you 4 miles to Marsh Harbor. Forensically, there's going to be a gold mine, but you yourself are a gold mine. That's my best Schitt's Creek imitation, by the way. The way you spoke to reporters who asked you simple questions speaks volumes. And it doesn't say the things you think you're saying. The things you said, the way you said them, there are experts trained in the art and science of the way you speak. If you have, say, consciousness of guilt, the stuff I have with the food at night. So I have interviewed Scott Rouse many times. He's my go-to guy. And some people say, oh, body language is bullshit science. It is not. Not if you believe our, top law enforcement agencies and what they use and what they think about it. So the FBI turns to Scott Rouse and they look at his body of work and his ability to analyze people and how they speak and whether they're telling the truth or not. He's actually one of the top behavioral analysts because he's been training people alongside not just the FBI, but also the United States Secret Service and United States military intelligence. So, yeah.
It's like 38 degrees on the deck and June's out there laying in the sun. Crazy. We can't hear you, Krista. What? Oh, yeah, it's just you. Yeah. We hear loud and clear, babe.
Scott Rouse knows a thing or two about the science of how you speak, what happens with your face, your facial muscles, all of it. And when you're telling a lie, the things you do unconsciously, subconsciously, speak volumes that your words don't say at all. So I called up Scott Rouse to ask him to go through some of these clips of Brian Hooker's interviews and his logorrhea, long conversation that he had for 40 minutes with Blaine and Marnie Stevenson to get his take on whether Brian Hooker is a big fat liar with a big dose of consciousness of guilt or whether he's a grieving man who just lost his wife, boink, off the back of the dinghy. Here's my conversation with Scott Rouse. Scott, what do you make of Brian Hooker overall? Before we go granular, just generally speaking, everything you've seen and heard about the story and about what he has said actually happened.
When I look at these things, as you know, I used to look for what's missing. That's the first thing I look for. And things that are missing are things like the grief muscle, real tears. The changes in emotion should be slow, and the facial expressions with emotion should be.
I've got a whole bunch of supplies I want to make a hair treatment. So I'm going to try making a hair treatment because my hair is absolutely fried. So that's on my agenda. I've got cocoa butter, mango butter, argan oil. Yay.
Be slow, but they're not slow. They happen really, really quickly. He'll go from a blank face into this emotional face where he looks a little bit sad, and then he'll click right back into a flat affect. And usually those things, they'll morph from one emotion to another, but they don't morph. They just click really quickly.
Is there a difference, though? And I don't want to interrupt, but is there a difference?
Pink lemonade flavoring for lip balm. Yum.
Between, say, me, and I'm an emotional wreck half the time, and say a Marine, and I'm going to say former Marine, because every time I talk about Brian Hooker, I don't think he espouses any aspects of Semper Fi or the principles they live by. So he's a different animal already because he's got that sort of Marine background. And do you have to accommodate for that?
In a way, because there'll be things like surprises or something like that you'll take into consideration when you're talking about a police officer or someone in the military because of their background, things they've been doing, and the things they're used to. So they're usually controlling their emotions, and they don't want to show everybody how they feel at work, when they're working on something. So you'll take that into consideration sometimes. But especially if it looks a little bit off, you can say, oh, here's probably why they didn't react to this in the way we expected, because that's a police officer and they see horrible things all the time, or someone in the military, and we know they've had a background of violence when they were in the military. They were, in combat and things like that. So you'll take those, and firemen the same way. You'll take those things into consideration when you see something that's a little bit off.
Well, let me start with the first clip. This comes from ABC News. And as you know, he sat down a matter of hours. He got out of jail detention at 8 o'clock at night. And the next day, secretly, unbeknownst to all of us, he's getting emergency passports in place to bounce out of the Bahamas. And he's sitting down with ABC, NBC, and CBS to try to, I guess, spread his word as wide as possible. But in the ABC interview, he talks about how his job was to look out for Lynette. Let me play this clip, and then I'm going to talk to you on the other side.
I will always think there was something I could have done differently.
This interview, I've always found this interview really sketch. Like, she brings up such a good point here. Watch his body language.
My one job was to look out for her, and that has not happened. And I'm going to keep looking out for her now, best I can.
The husband of missing American woman Lynette Hooker speaking out after he was detained in the Bahamas for 5 days in connection with her disappearance.
What was it like being in police custody, knowing that the search was still ongoing for you?
It was hell. It was a different chapter of hell, and a giant hell that I'm in.
Yeah.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife. She belongs with me.
Right here. Let me
have a wife.
Let me slow this down. He says something here under his cough. See if I can figure out what he's saying. Wow, it almost sounds like he's saying, I took her life, under his cough there. Give me a sec. Wow. Okay, that almost sounds like he's saying, I murdered my wife. If you listen closely, wow. Very interesting. Okay. Let's keep moving.
She belongs with me.
So many questions, but you just share your initial thoughts of all of that.
All right. Right out of the gate, in this interview, I believe I'm right on this. The answer he's talking about there at the very first, where he starts just talking about, he should be taking care of her, and he's sorry he didn't get to. There was a question before that, and the question was, what was the last thing you two said to each other? And then he says all that, which has nothing to do with what they said to each other. So you have that, and there at the end you have that fake crying. Now, I didn't mean to be smiling because it's a bad situation, but it's so bad when you see that. It's so not right because we don't see all the things engaging in his face emotionally.
It's fake crying.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. And I'll tell you, every woman that watches this is going to say that's fake, as I'm sure you thought that as well. Because you all see things we don't see, and your brain gathers a whole lot more information than the male brain does, a lot faster. And something tells you something's not right here. And I know that the women watching this are going to see that and go, well, no, it's not right. Why do I feel that way? And that's why, because that's fake. And so what's missing from this is the grief muscle, this little muscle right here. The glabella, that little group of muscles there, they'll group up, and this one will push down, and it makes this upside down horseshoe looking thing. And that's how you know someone's grieving. You see that when someone's lost a family member, or when they're in a great deal of pain, they've been shot or hit by a car or something, you'll see that as well. So we don't see any movement in the chin, boss. This little section down here, that should come up when little babies start crying. That's one of the first things you see is it.
Quiver.
Yeah, the chin thing goes up, makes another upside down horseshoe kind of thing there, sort of wrinkles a little bit. None of that.
Oh, so not even a quiver, but just an upside down horseshoe.
Yeah, you get a little, it's that thing goes first as the lips start to come down because those muscles all work in concert to make that happen. We don't see anything like that. We're not seeing anything engage for true sadness, the emotion of sadness in this. So, and he looks apprehensive. He's got these, we don't hear the things we're supposed to hear either when he's talking. You know, when he talks, there should be these gasps of air as you go through these. You know how it is when you think about something and you remember what's happening, you're discussing whatever the problem was, and then you'll remember it again as you're talking about it. You'll go down through the conversation, and all of a sudden you'll remember it again, and they'll take gasps, and it'll start hitting them again emotionally. None of that. So it's just pretty much straight. It's a straight fake affect he's got going on. There's sort of like a cloak of fake he's put on it because nothing really changes.
Can I ask you, like, I know a lot of times I struggled a lot with 9/11, talking to people about 9/11 for many years afterwards, even now, honestly. And when I'm overcome, I go silent. I'm unable to get it out because whatever's going to come out will be embarrassing to me. It's going to sound choked and weird and funny. And I just don't feel like I'm in control of myself. And so it's hard to continue speaking. Is there any of that comes out with him, or is that just unique to me?
That's what he's trying to make you think is happening. That's why he does that coffin thing. You can't pull it off.
You're
Yeah.
still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife. She belongs with
What
me.
did you?
I don't have a wife.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife.
You're still in it.
Yes.
See, why I keep replaying is a lot of times their subconscious comes through when they're talking and they don't even know it.
I don't have a wife. Yes, I don't have a wife. Yes, I don't have a wife. Yes, I don't have a wife.
Still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife.
Huh. Okay, let's keep going.
She belongs with me.
And so I've seen that 1,000 times. They'll do that and they'll cough like that, like he does. And he does it a couple of times in other interviews as well. So that just does not, there's nothing for me that's real in that at all. It's so bad. The acting in that is so bad. I can see why people would see that and say, oh, you know, he's maybe feeling that emotion, but in real life, he's not feeling it.
I did hear some people say he did quite a job and he was very believable, did a very good job on his interviews with the network television. But I don't think a lot of those people see things the way you do. And I don't think anyone's as jaded as me living this career that I've lived and basically facing killers left, right, and center. Not saying he is one. He hasn't been charged with anything yet. But the other thing that I noticed is that TV cameras can make people behave differently. And that has never been a friend of ours, you know, that you bring out a big TV camera and everybody behaves differently. And if you're grieving, couldn't that really interrupt and muck with the results a little bit as well? The fact that there's this live, you know, or what he feels like is this live moment that he has to be on in front of everyone with a reporter and a microphone, and it could jade the way the real emotion would be.
Yeah, that goes back to what I'm talking about, why it's fake. Because when that comes on, you try to hold back a little bit. When people cry, they're not trying for you to see them cry. They're trying not to cry. That's what makes you cry, because you can see what's happening. You get like that too. But this guy, he's trying to cry. So there's that the TV or the camera being there doesn't affect him at all. It just makes him want to act more. He knows that everybody's looking at him. So that's the stress he's feeling. It's not the trying to hold the emotion
Okay.
back so nobody will see the way I'm really feeling, if that makes sense. You
It
know, 'cause-
does. And I never thought of the fact that you just said most.
That's what my readings say, BB. He strangled her, and then he's pushed her over in deep water, and she's down. He's weighted her down. There is the chance, though, I'm also getting that she's not weighted down as much as he hoped. I'm actually getting that her remains might have moved, and they just haven't looked yet. So, but yeah, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I did a reading on it. I've been working on her case all week, last week. You know, it's crazy. My readings are telling me I'm getting that there's possibly a second dinghy. And it's like a dinghy he stole. Like he stole one of somebody's dinghy and used that to transport her. Because I'm getting, this sounds crazy. I'm getting that on one of the dinghies, there's actually like bite marks and claw marks down the side of one of them. Like I'm flat out getting that. Defensive marks. Yeah, I don't know. It is a possibility. He might have stole somebody's dinghy, because if he did transport her dead body in the dinghy, which for her to be where I think she is, he would have had to have done something like that. I don't think he could have gotten soulmate to that area fast enough. Maybe. If they find footage, if they find evidence that he actually moved soulmate, then that's your answer. But otherwise, he might have stole somebody else's dinghy, because it's going to be full of DNA and yeah. So that's what I'm getting. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Very well could have been. Decomp in one of the dinghies. And he knew that, and so he had to steal somebody's dinghy. That's flat out what I'm getting. I might be wrong on that, but yeah. Hi, Journey. Thanks, babe.
People are trying not to, and they're overwhelmed with the sadness, and it just blurts out or ugly cry, like it comes out in an ugly way. But you're right, I never thought of it that way, that most people are trying to hold it back no matter what.
That's why you can't talk sometimes, because you're trying to hold it back, when you know when if it gets loose, it's like it's gonna sound, you don't want to sound that way.
Okay, here is another clip I want you to take a look at. And specifically, this feels like Forensics 101 to me, but if you refer to your spouse in the present or past tense, it can be very revealing. Let's look.
Family and friends have spoken about your relationship with Lynette. We've seen a police report of a domestic incident that left you with a bloody nose and her in handcuffs. Is there anything that you want us to know about your relationship with Lynette?
I want you to know that Lynette and I loved each other the most. We've been together almost half our lives. My sole focus is finding Lynette.
So, Scott, he said, Lynette and I loved each other the most. Is that meaningful to you?
Yeah, because he's been talking about, this is how many days has she been gone?
Oh, it's not even, I think, 9 days at this point.
Oh, so so it's over a week, and he knows she's not coming back. So a lot of times what'll happen is, and you see it all the time, when someone is talking about someone who's missing and nobody knows for sure what's happened to them, they'll talk about him in the past tense. They do it with little children, they do it with husbands, wives, whoever it is. They'll talk about they love them, or he was such a good boy, or she was such a sweet little girl, and they'll talk about them in the past tense. And when that happens, everybody goes, okay, here we go. And a lot of times you'll change your protocol and start going down another path once that happens. That's how important that is. And
Yeah,
it's
I've
hard
always
to
felt
catch
like
sometimes.
past tense is right away the flag that you look for, because that's the last thing in your mind you want to be real, is that it's over. It's done. She's never coming back. You would just refuse to believe that if you really didn't want to believe it. There's another clip where Brian talks about what happened after that terrible moment where Lynette just bounced out of the boat. I want you to see how he describes
Okay.
it and see if there's clues in there that I don't see.
Okay.
Brian says on April 4th, he and his wife had drinks at this inn, later departing from this dock. Brian, in his own words, describing the moment he says she fell from a boat due to bad weather in the Bahamas and was swept away.
The wind blew
Hi,
us
Betsy.
apart so fast that I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat, back to our sailboat, which was probably, I don't know, 1,000 yards or something. But the waves were 3 foot.
In a phone call to a friend made the day before he was arrested, Brian Hooker saying he tried to rescue.
That's partly why I messaged Ashley, actually, is I need a map. If there's a map out there of what's been searched, I need that map. I'm hoping Ashley has that map. Because I actually have a location, and I've told Ashley. Yeah, I got a location last week, and so I just need a map to double check my work.
I threw her a flotation cushion that we used to sit on the dinghy, right after she went in. But I couldn't tell if she got it or not. I'm never going to forgive myself.
So what do you make of that?
There's no emotion in it. I mean, that's not the emotion that comes with that phone call. When he's talking about the things that happened, you're talking about your wife falling off a boat and it's your fault and you don't know where she is. And he's talking that calmly and that quietly, even though he's in the military. That's his wife. That's different. There should be emotion there, and there isn't. There should be the heavy breathing there, and there isn't. There should be pauses there as he thinks about what's happening, and there isn't. That isn't there. This is
Okay. You guys all doing okay? Thank you for hanging with me. I'm going to make myself a sandwich quick, and then holy shit, I have so much stuff to do. I don't even know where to start. I've got to make more of the pain bomb. I'm out of the pain bomb, and I need to make more. Yeah, so I think I'm going to do that first, and then I have other stuff I need to make. The shirts, the merch shirts, I'm actually going to put those off the website for a minute because they're not ready. I'm having a bit of a hard time with those, so I'm going to put those off the website for a minute. I don't want people ordering them. They're not ready. But I absolutely love my shirts. My logo for the shirts is absolutely kick ass. I am so proud of that. Let me show you. Finally, I think I've mastered a logo for myself, and I'm going to keep it. AI is just freaking amazing. Where is it? Look at this. I am in love with this. This is me 100%. Isn't that fantastic? Except it shows I've got normal arms. I got fat, chubby arms, but it's me holding the raven, and it's just freaking beautiful. That's Opal, the white raven. So yeah, so a lot of merch is going to be coming. I tried, yeah, anyways. I know. Okay, so I'm going to make a sandwich. I will be back in a moment.
he thought about what he was going to say, but he never
Oops.
said it out loud or structured it to make sense. So that's why it sounds so disjointed and so odd. It's because
Yeah,
he thought, let's give this
I'll be
idea
back in a
how
minute,
she fell
okay?
off the boat and da-da-da-da. Okay, I got it. I can do it. That's what happens when you start delivering that kind of all that information at once, when you really haven't structured it and thought about how it's going to sound. So that's the problem there. No emotion along with all that.
And again, he's a former United States Marine, but this phone call is coming like within a day of Lynette disappearing in such a tragedy. So, the proximity of the event to the explanation of the event, is there something to that?
Yeah, because what you're dealing with emotionally, and I keep focusing on emotions because that's what we should be dealing with, unless we're dealing with it. I don't think this guy's a psychopath, but there should be more emotion there. There's nothing there that should be there, or how I should word that. Everything's missing that should be there. In other words, there's nothing there from what he's talking about to what he's delivering to the way he's acting. Nothing's there.
Yeah. And by the way, the fact that he went on and on and on and on to Blaine and his wife, Marnie. I mean, look, some people are chatty Cathys, but in your grief, would you just have verbal logorrhea for 40 minutes straight?
No, you'd say what happened over and over if you're going to keep talking. She fell off the boat. This happened. I was just standing there. She fell off the boat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, she fell off the boat. That's what would happen. But he's trying to sell what he wants everybody to think happened. So he keeps setting up that's what I was saying about earlier. He didn't structure this. So he's got points he wants to make. And he's trying to make sure that it makes a picture in their mind of what happened to her. That's why we keep hearing those repeated phrases sometimes. He's trying to tell them his side of the story when there doesn't need to be a his side of the story yet.
There's something interesting about that. Jim Todd from Fire and Rescue went out with him that morning. He washes up at 4 a.m. Fire and Rescue pulls him on board at about 7:30 a.m. from the harbor where he had Marsh Harbor, where he'd washed up. And they immediately take him to his sailboat, where he spends an hour down below deck with a police officer. And then they go searching and they're looking for the story from him. Jim goes up on the bow with Brian Hooker saying, is it here? Is it here? Is it over here? Where did it happen? Where do we start? Give us some help here. And Jim says to us, it was so strange that all he would keep answering is, I was just so confused. I was just so confused. I was just so confused. And they weren't hammered. They'd only had 2 drinks over the course of 3 hours at the Abaco Inn. So what do you make of the fact that he's in broad daylight when this supposed incident happens, and he's back 24 hours later, not even 24 hours later, he's back 16 hours later in broad daylight. And I was just so confused. What do you make of that?
Well, if you have the minutia worked out, if you start telling the little bitty things that happened, everything that happened up to that point, that's a big deal, because you're saying things nobody will remember. If he can't remember what side of the boat it was on, he can't remember what the basic details the police are asking him after a situation like that. No, that's not right. So again, he hasn't thought out what happened or how he's thought about what happened, but he hasn't thought about his defense on that, his alibi. In other words, he doesn't have that thing worked out yet. It's maybe a situation where he planned the whole thing, or it may have been a situation where he just saw his shot and took it, but he hasn't got everything planned out yet, everything structured to talk about. So that's why they'll say, I don't know, I was just so confused. And when you hear that, that's why if he kept pressing him for other questions, hoping you would break him for something there for a minute, see if you could get something else out of him. Because quite often you can get in there and make him angry. And certain personality types will pop off and they'll start saying other stuff and they'll let other things slip as they're mad, as they're yelling or getting all stiffened up and saying little things, defending themselves against that police officer.
Well, listen, this is Fire and Rescue. And at this point, nobody knows that this isn't true. They're just thinking, oh my God, we got to find this woman. Help us. Where did it happen? Is it there? Is it there? Is it here? And, Fire and Rescue guy has been through this rodeo a lot, right? He's had to go out and help find people. And he said, what struck me about this one was that he seemed to have so much else down pat later on. But this very large detail, he just couldn't seem to, come up with something to tell me, almost as though he wasn't expecting this question and was trying to think through all the possibilities of how it might not screw his other story.
Yeah, because when you lie, first thing that happens, you have to have something that triggers your lie, and then you have to deconflict that lie. You have to think about, what have I said so far, or what am I going to say that would conflict with what's actually already happened? What do they know? How am I going to? What if I say something that conflicts with what they already know? So you've got to deconflict it, and then after you deconflict it, you create your answer, and then you send it out. So there's that delay there. So I'm sure during all that, he's thinking about how he's going to deliver this and try and decide how much they actually know. I know it's just the rescue guy, but you never know in a situation like that, because he's probably not the smartest guy in the world, because he hasn't thought that
I
far
guarantee
out
you
yet.
that. I guarantee you that, fired from AT&T for cheating and lying and, masking his GPS so that company didn't know where he was, multiple times they attempted to fire him 3 times. He beat at them 2 other times to fight the firing. And then the third.
Thank you so much, BB. You're a sweetheart. Thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat very much. Great way to support my channel. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to play something for you.
Follow this pattern. 2 breaths in, 2 breaths out. One more time. Big breath in. Pulse it out slowly. Hold. Let it in slowly. Open mouth side out. And there you go.
There you go. Thank you so much. Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to mute and turn my camera off while I eat, okay?
Time was the charm. But the fire guy has been incredible. Like, boy, oh boy, the fire and rescue, Jim Todd, has just been so good with his memory, with details, what he was wearing, how he was behaving. All of this stuff has just been like it's been a gold mine for investigators. I want you to see this clip from CBS. Again, this is the parade of all the interviews where he was telling everybody how sad his life was. This was about continuing the search for Lynette. It's been, again, about 9 days since she, so to speak, went missing off the back of the boat. And I want you to listen to his answer and how he answers.
I won't be able to stop looking.
Hours after being released by Bahamian police last night, Brian Hooker fought back tears as he sat down with CBS News and told us he wants to resume the search for his missing wife, Lynette.
You want to keep looking for Lynette? I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
Do you believe that Lynette's still alive?
I do. I believe I've been told that people have lasted in the Bahamas after falling overboard for days and even weeks. My goal is to go back and speak with the Hopetown Fire and Rescue volunteers. They have been, I believe, still looking whenever they can.
Hooker says he and his wife left the restaurant at the Abaco Inn around 7:30 the night of April 4th and boarded their dinghy to return to their sailboat, which was anchored a short ride away. He says Lynette fell into rough waters and started swimming towards their sailboat while he drifted away from her on the dinghy.
What was it like to sail together? Fantastic. We're more like co-captains.
Well, that is convincing to someone like me, because it feels like he's catching his breath in sorrow and grief and frustration. Looks like he's real committed to this task, which, by the way,
says he and his wife left the rest. Believe that Lynette's still alive.
I do. I believe I've been told that people have lasted in the Bahamas after falling overboard for.
And he's not. If he's that concerned about her, he wouldn't be sitting there trying to play up everything. And again, the things that are missing from there, it may look real. It may look somewhat real, but there's nothing there that there's somebody that's working on this case that sounded just like me. The me of that case, they're mad. They're all worked up and angry too, and frustrated, because it's laying right there in front of you and you see it, how fake it is. So I'm getting worked up because it just looks so fake.
Makes you mad.
It's so
he's
bad.
He's winding us all up. And here he is saying that he's going to need a higher authority to keep him from searching for his wife. And he is behind the scenes of this interview, he's getting his emergency passport and he's on the plane the next day.
Yeah. So there's Exhibit A, Your Honor. So, and again, these are just my opinions as well. I'm not saying those are facts. I'm just saying this way it looks to me.
Okay, so there's something else I want you to see. And this is Blaine Stevenson. These are the dear friends of Lynette and Brian's, who Brian has called to say, well, this happened. And Blaine, who is a mariner and a live aboard, right? Lives aboard his boat, knows everything about this kind of potential disaster, is peppering him with a lot of questions and trying to get like clarity.
Okay, I'm finished my lunch. Hi, Wendy. Hi, Kim. If I've missed anyone that's come in. Hi, Diana. Come on in, ladies. Hope you're doing well. I'm in the middle of stuff. I'm about to start making more of my pain balm. Okay. Oops. Do. Okay, let's keep going.
On something that just doesn't sound, plausible. And here is the phone call. Again, you're just going to hear audio because it's a recorded phone call with Brian Hooker trying to explain what happened to his friend Blaine Stevenson. Have a listen.
So where were you guys coming from and going to? Because that's what I couldn't figure out in any of the Facebook articles I was reading, like how to do a grid pattern search. Like
I don't really understand the currents and tides here. I kind of rely on Hopetown. So off of a place called Elbow Key, and that's called Elbow, spelled Elbow K.
Fuck. Savvy just messaged me. Melted a hose. He's driving for work. Melted a hose on the engine. Broken down in Golden. Waiting for a guy to come. Oh, God. That sucks big time. It's in Golden, BC. So, yeah, he wasn't going to be home until... Oh, no. Wow, it actually fucking melted? I don't know if you guys can see this. One sec here. Wow. Look at that. It's actually melted. Wow, that's crazy. It is so hot right now. The truck is like, I'm done. That's crazy. It's a brand new truck, too. It's brand new. It's like a 2026 Chevy 1-ton something. I don't know. Dually. Sorry, I got hiccups. Dually something. Well, that sucks. I'm telling him now. I'm telling him, I said, I'm live. All the ladies say, stay safe, Savvy. He's going to try duct taping it. He's going to try duct taping it and see if it will work. Yeah, it's the work truck. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It's one of those brand new work truck, brand new heavy duty Chevy trucks for towing. Yeah. Put your ring fingertips together with your thumbs. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's the works. Yeah. It's the company's truck. It's not his truck. He has to use this special big truck to be able to tow the vehicles. He's just irritated because it just slows him down, right? Oh, to get rid of my hiccups. Oh, put your ring finger and there you go, April. Thank you, honey. Yeah, he's got a big, huge thing of drinks. Yeah. Fuck. 1 second here. Let me just Google the temperature. Temp in Golden, BC right now. 27 degrees in Golden. Not too well. It's hot, but it's not that bad. Huh. That's crazy. That big hose just melted. Yeah, that works. Thank you. I used to actually always drink. I'd feed myself water, and that works too. 106 in Sacramento. Yuck. Oh, he must be so pissed off. I'm sure he's just absolutely raging mad right now. Okay, so let's keep going. So, anyways, I've been working on Lynette's case all week last week. Like I lost sleep over it. And I've actually been looking at the marine maps. I've found the marine maps that boaters use, because it shows names of areas that you don't see on like Google Earth. So, because I got names of areas, and then I was like, okay, is that what I'm getting? Is that real? And yeah, it's freaking real. So it just depends. I haven't got a reply back from Ashley, so I really don't know if she's listening to me or not. Probably isn't, unfortunately. Let me just check X right now. No. I hope she has read my message at least. I sent her an email as well. Because if she knows the area, she'll know what I'm talking about. So fingers crossed, I've gotten through to her a little bit. Tara, have I gotten any vibes on that missing lady in South Tucson? Unfortunately, April, no, I have not. I haven't had time, to be honest. I haven't had time to look at it. Immediately, I'm getting she's unalived immediately. And I'm not getting foul play. I'm getting this possibly some self-inflicted somehow. So yeah. So sorry. Yeah, sorry. I haven't had time to do any of it. I've got a lot of people asking me to do new cases and stuff right now. And I'm sorry, I can't right now. I'm working on, oh my God, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm working on 6 cases right now in the background. So I can't take on any more right now. I just don't have it in me. Okay, so let's keep going.
C-A-Y. And we were kind of in the middle of the key, and there's a place called Tahiti Beach. It's really popular here, and it's a beach that dries out at low tide. And so a barge runs up on it and serves drinks all day from there. And there's a lot of manta rays will go around your legs and everything, and all of that. And so we really liked that spot. And we had been kind of stuck in the harbor for a while, so we were getting out and about, and we had to go to a different island called Great Guanakee to refill our scuba tanks, and it was going all right. And
okay, we just got a really good view of their scuba tanks. Okay, they're all just plain silver
tanks, and it was good.
Oh, good. Okay, so their scuba tanks are just plain silver. There's no black on them. Okay, that's good to know.
Going all right. And yeah, I mean, it's been strong easterlies, and that's what you get here is the trades. Basically, you know, we're at the top of the trades, and so we were having, you know, basically 20-knot winds steady all day with a couple gusts here and there. And where we were anchored was pretty quiet, but when we came out of this bar called the Abaco Inn, we came out of the channel and instantly got into the shit, into the chop.
So you guys were anchored outside Abaco Inn? Like by White Sound or Joe's Cay?
Yeah, we were anchored out by we were anchored out, I would say, a half mile south.
Okay, sorry. Oh my God. So Savvy's waiting for a mechanic. Okay. He's waiting for a mechanic to come. And the name of the mechanic is called the Great. I can't even say it. No way. The name of the mechanic is the Great Shidoo. The Great Shidoo is on his way. And he's at an Esso station, so that's good. So he can go in and get drinks and stuff if he needs to. That is absolutely fucking hilarious. Waiting for the mechanic. Wait for the name, he says. The Great Shidoo. S-H-I-D-U. Shidoo. I have great faith that he will come through. Oh, you're killing me. Oh, sorry. He's such a funny guy. I'll tell him to pop on the live if he wants to. That's funny. Funny stuff. The Great Shidoo. Maybe I do that one and fix it. There's so many missing people. Tucson has a lot of missing issues. Yeah, it's crazy. Trafficking, yeah. Crazy stuff. The Great Shidoo will grant wishes and fix your truck. Yes. And bring you samosas while you wait. Okay. That's so great. Okay, I'll be right back.
Of the channel, the White Sound channel on Elbow Key towards Tahiti Beach. We were at the south end of something called on Pat's Bay, like Californians say ant, you know, or Westerners say ant. But
okay, there's a lot to go over. The detail that comes out of this guy's mouth that has nothing to do with the question, which is very simply, so what exactly happened? Okay. Where were you coming from and going to? And suddenly he goes into several days ago, we were getting our scuba tanks filled at Great Guanakee, and oh, you spell key C-A-Y here, and the Californians will say Aunt Pat's Bay, but it's Aunt Pat here. I mean, what do you make of this unbelievable verbal diarrhea?
That has a name, and it's called chaff and redirect. And one of my partners, Greg Hartley, is the one that actually put a name to it. And what that does is, for example, when a fighter plane is flying and they shoot missiles at it, it shoots chaff out of the back of the plane. Little things are on fire, metal, aluminum things. So hopefully the rocket will think that's the
Okay.
plane as these things fall away from the
Okay. Customers, my customers out there, those of you that have used my pain bomb, that pain bomb you all bought from me, do I need to make it stronger? I'm making a fresh batch right now. Do I need to make it stronger? Any of you on here that have used it? Yes, it needs to be stronger. Okay. Like a lot stronger? Yes, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I need to like double the menthol on it. Okay. I have to actually do the whole menthol process outside so I don't kill my bird. Make it stronger. Okay, you got it. Okay. No problem. Hi, Linda Kate. Good to see you. Stronger will help. Okay, you got it. No problem, babes. Thank you for your input. Everybody has a very high pain tolerance, don't they? Okay. All right, you got it. You got it, my loves. All right.
plane, and the plane goes to the side, and they're hoping that the rocket will chase the chaff and not the plane. So what happens is you throw out all that chaff in hopes that somebody will glom onto it, like he did. He said, he had to go back to, you were anchored where, when they started talking about that. So that is working for him. But at the same time, there's so much information there. You still have that big glob of, here's all the things that happened that I've been talking about. Here's all the things. And he's creating time there for himself, because he's saying, we were over here for this one part, and then he'll talk about how far away it was or what the water's like, and there's what kind of fish are there. But he's creating time there in those situations. So when they left the place to when they got here, how long does that take? Well, he's talking about things that happened in between there. So
he's talking about days ago. I mean, they were filling up their scuba tanks at least 2, maybe more days before all of this happened. Why would that even enter into the picture here?
Because he's trying to get this guy to talk about something else. And he's got what's called inner dialogue going on up here. When you hear those kind of things, we went and filled up the tanks and it was a beautiful day. He's trying, that's when you have that double thing going on where he's talking, but he's thinking about what he's got to say next. He didn't structure this thing. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't ready for any of this. Even after somebody's talked to him about it, he still didn't sit down and say, I've got to say it like this.
Right. I mean, listen, he talked about, first of all, he said, well, we filled up our tanks and we've been stuck in the marina with bad weather. Again, this has nothing to do with the last 2 days.
I really liked him. He's the one that, what is that? The behavior panel. He's one of the guys from the behavior panel, if I remember right.
Is that they've been on Elbow Key. They've been stuck 2 days ago on Elbow Key and went to Great Gowanna Key at least before that. And then he talks about, we were at Tahiti Beach all morning. This has nothing to do with anything because they'd have to go all the way back and into Abacoin. And now it matters because they've been on land for a couple hours having drinks. Now they get into the dinghy and head out through the White Sound Channel and hell breaks loose. But he's just gone over everything that had nothing to do with this sort of crisis.
Yeah, because he wants to talk about those things. He's hoping this guy will say, okay, well, which he did. Tell me about when you left there. Well, he would want to ask that question, but there's all those other things out there that he would hope that he would glom onto and say, what about this or what about that? And it's his way to take up time, not only create time for the things that happen. So he can say, well, we did that, but then it took us an hour to get there when it really could have taken 3 minutes. So he's
and the famous phrase, thou dost protest too much, kind of fits here, doesn't it?
Yeah, because there's too much there to fit into the story. Nobody talks like that. Nobody if I were to ask you what it was like when you went over there, tell me about that first day. You'd say we did this, and this. You'd know exactly what happened. You know exactly when it happened. You wouldn't be going on about the minutia of stuff. You wouldn't go on about that.
I wouldn't tell
because-
you about the flight over. That's for sure.
There you go.
The other thing with the comments that he makes about Tahiti Beach, I am very disquieted by one of the comments about Tahiti Beach. And you have to really catch it. So I'm going to give some advance notice so that everybody catches it when it happens. But he says, we'd been at Tahiti Beach. It's popular. We'd hung out there all day. Met people that later in the next few days, cool people, and you know how it is, people who, this is the thing that caught me, met people that in the next few days, cool people.
Okay,
well, the next few days, you've lost your wife. You're not thinking about anybody you met. And what happened with cool people in the next few days? Let me play it and let me get your thoughts on the other side.
And we had gone, whatever, half a mile or so, 3/4 to Tahiti Beach, where that's the popular place. Hung out there all day, met people that later, the next 2 days later, cool people. And I remember, you know how it is, people that don't do what you and Marnie and Lynette, they think we're fucking awesome. And I wax pontifical about having an authentic life, and it's authentic because there's risk. And then I lost my fucking wife that same night. And I feel like the gods were listening in.
So you guys were anchored outside Abaco Inn, like by White Sound or Joe's Cay?
Yeah, we were anchored out by I would say a half mile south of the channel, the White Sound Channel on Elbow Key towards Tahiti Beach. We were at the south end of something called On Pat's Bay, like Californians say Ant, or Westerners say Ant. But yeah, we had gone whatever, half a mile or so, 3/4 to Tahiti Beach, where that's the popular place. Hung out there all day, met people that later, the next 2 days later, cool people. And I remember, you know how it is, people that don't do what you and Marnie and Lynette, they think we're fucking awesome. And I wax pontifical about having an authentic life, and it's authentic because there's risk. And then I lost my fucking wife that same night. And I feel like the gods were listening in.
Okay, so much there. There's the whole cool people,
Yeah, what the hell
that
is
in
he
the
saying?
next few days.
None of what he just said made sense at all. Like, just like a total lack of any sense there.
Cool people. I want to talk about that first, and then I'm going to talk about the next part of it after that. What do you make of that whole cool people in the next few days?
That's about him, because he thinks they're cool people because they liked him. You remember what he talked about earlier? He said, I've lost my wife. And again, he talks about, now I don't have my wife. It's all centering around him. So it doesn't sound to me like there's much empathy for her, because he doesn't talk about her really until the end there.
But I mean, cool people in the next few days, what? In the next few days, your life ended. You shouldn't have been hanging with cool people that you met on the beach. I can't get past this. Like, I feel like he caught himself and changed what he was saying.
There'll be someone looking into this will say that would suggest he's looking into the future before this. You see what I'm saying? So he's looking about once all this is out of the way, he'll be remembering what happened. So he's clocking these cool people, the people that liked him and those kind of things, because he's already placed himself away from this problem. He didn't think this was going to be a problem for him. He didn't think it would get this much attention, and everybody look at it and say, "Hey, wait, hang on just a second there, pal." Nobody says pontifical. I mean,
so the rest of that is also really interesting, because I think where he was going was in the next few days, maybe he had conversations with them, the cool people that he'd met on the beach, about this authentic life that cruisers, liveaboards have. I mean, they are living on boats for years on end. And a lot of people on the outside are very,
Okay, you guys are all okay? Are you going to be okay if I walk away from the screen for about 10 minutes? I need to work with the menthol and I have to do it outside. You guys okay? Or do you want me to just end this? You guys are good? You're all good? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can't do the menthol in the house. No way. Okay.
Amazed by their ability to live this way.
Thank you.
And Brian immediately goes to, it's authentic because there's risk. And I lost my fucking wife that same night. I feel like the gods were listening. What does this mean? This is only within like 2 days of this entire thing happening that he's saying these things.
Yeah, it's odd. Everything goes back to him. It's about how his feelings toward those people, those feelings of those people toward him. He lost his wife. It's all about him. It didn't say, my wife is. It just doesn't read right. Nobody talks this way when you're supposed to feel, when those emotions that are supposed to be there are there. There's just none there. From an emotional aspect, there's nothing there.
Overall, Scott, look, there's not a lot that we have on him. We've got these 3 interviews with the major networks and this recorded phone call to his friend. But just overall, is there anything about the way he behaves that just could be unique or strange or, a quirk with him where he just doesn't act like everybody else, that we could be wrong in thinking, man, he sounds guilty?
Well, if you could say that if he was consistent with that, with his feelings throughout these interviews, even though we haven't seen a whole lot of them, that it's been different every time. One, he's kind of coughing, he's talking, he's getting looks like he's getting emotional, but doesn't sound like he's getting emotional. Other ones, he sounds a little emotional, but physically he's not emotional. It's not the same thing every time. When you have a case or a situation like that, there'll be the same thing every time. And everything's a little different every time. So I think that's because he's fighting to hide his true emotions and trying to create what he thinks is sadness and the things he thinks a person who's missing a family member, how they should feel and act. That's what we're seeing him act like, what he thinks they should act like. And what he thinks, and it's not that. It's not it. What he's doing isn't the way to do it. So he hadn't done his homework, number 2. And number 1, I don't think he's a very smart guy. I think that's going to be the part that gets him, if that's just my opinion, but if he was to get nailed for all this stuff, that's going to be the thing that they'll be able to talk to him back, block him in really early.
Well, and again, hasn't been charged yet.
Yeah.
He's innocent until proven guilty, but I yell the word yet as loud and as often as I can because I don't see this guy having a lot more free time to roam about the cabin around the United States. That's for sure. Scott, thank you so much for this analysis. It's so helpful. I feel like you put your finger on the trigger with science of what I'm feeling in my gut.
Oh, well, thank you. That's what I'm trying to do. So I appreciate that. And thanks for having me on here. I really appreciate it.
Not the last time, that's for sure.
Oh, thank you.
My great thanks to Scott Rouse. I tell you what, it's so funny because everything he says, I feel. I just don't know why I feel it. And then he actually puts the science to it and it makes perfect sense. And so, if Brian Hooker's watching, or if, I don't know, his sister is watching or any other family member supporting him, you might want to start thinking about who it is you're supporting. Might want to start thinking about what kind of lawyer you got. Because, brah, you're going to need a hell of a lawyer. I think what's coming your way is a world of hurt. It's not just a matter of, will he be charged? Because he's not charged with a crime, right? Brian Hooker's not charged with any crime. Innocent until proven guilty. Not a matter of will you be charged. It's a matter of when. Tick-tock, motherfucker. Sorry about the salty language. I just can't help it. I honestly am just so angry at this man. I can't stand people like Chris Watts who lie. And I'm not saying he's Chris Watts, but Chris Watts did do a bunch of media saying, my wife and children have left and they're missing and they probably just left on their own. Liar.
What's going on right now around your house?
Right now you got K9 units, the sheriff's department. Everybody's like they're doing their best right now to figure out like if they can get a scent, see where they went. If they went on foot, they went in a car, they went somewhere. And right now it's just like they've been on point. They're going through the house trying to get a scent, and hopefully they can pick something up to where it's going to lead to something.
What happened?
You creepy fucker.
She came home from the airport 2 a.m. and I left around 5:15. She was still here, and like about 12:10 in that afternoon, her friend Nicole showed up at the door. Like I had texted Shanann a few times that day, called her, say, but she never got back to me. But she wasn't getting back.
Chris Watts. Okay. I'm surprised there's nothing new from her today. Okay, let's look for News Nation. Let's see. News Nation always has stuff. Okay, let's look for Brian Enton. Give me a sec. Brian Enton investigates. Okay. Video credit goes to Brian Enton. Okay, let's watch a video on... You guys want to cover the Lance Twigs? You guys want to watch some Lance Twigs stuff? Lance Twigs. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is current from Brian. I think he did this yesterday. Yeah, 1 day ago.
Check out my show. Really appreciate everybody for watching. I appreciate everybody who has subscribed. Appreciate all the support. So the fallout from the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing has been pretty intense. I remember Robinson is accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk. A lot of questions have been answered, but still there are a lot that we do not know even after the preliminary hearing, specifically when it comes to Lance Twigs. Now remember, Twigs was Robinson's roommate and his romantic partner. And in this episode, I'm going to be talking to my buddy, retired FBI agent Steve Moore, about the question of if Twigs could still be criminally charged as some kind of connection to all of this. Now, remember, he does have an immunity deal, which I've talked about before, and it also came up during the preliminary hearing. But what does that really mean? Can it change? Which the answer is yes, by the way, because it's a limited immunity deal. And based on what he said in that interview that was played in court, could he still face charges? What did he particularly avoid talking about in the interview, which when Steve watched it became pretty clear? And was that planned? Did they purposely plan for him to leave certain things out? And remember, by the way, there were 2 Lance Twigs interviews. So the one that we saw was the second interview, and they basically said to Lance Twigs, if you don't want to go to the preliminary hearing and testify in person, we're going to have to do the second interview. And that's the one that was played in court that we have excerpts of. We don't know what the first interview was like or what he said in the first interview. And we don't even know everything from the second interview because the judge redacted some of it. But there were 2 interviews. So I'm going to get to my conversation with Steve in a second, which is really interesting. It just comes at it from a different perspective than I would have thought of because he has been part of doing these kinds of interviews before.
You know what's interesting is menthol dissolves into an oil. Very interesting. When you melt it down, it's actually an oil.
First, though, the so-called Tyler Robinson confession note. And remember, we were not supposed to see this, but it was shown in court on the live feed. So we now have part of it and we can see it with our own eyes. And the media actually got sanctioned because the camera guy showed it, although it's been a mess in terms of showing exhibits, what's allowed to be shown, what's not allowed to be shown. Really a strange, unique situation where the judge was allowing the lawyers and he could see certain things on his screen, but then telling the media you can't shoot these things off the screen, but then there were other things that the media was allowed to shoot. It's actually something that frustrated Erica Kirk. His attorney spoke about it several times during the hearing. I'd never really seen it done that way. And first of all, notice this, it is addressed at the top to Luna. And remember, in the interview, Lance Twiggs, it seemed like tried to play down that he went by Luna at one point, but it says to Luna right there on the letter. This is the note that reportedly Tyler Robinson left under the keyboard for Lance Twiggs. And the part that we can see says, if you are reading this per my text, then I am so sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and said an auto text. I am likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it. I don't know if I will / have succeeded, but I had hoped to make it home to you. I wish we could have lived in, and then it stops there and it gets cut off. So now we've seen the text messages between Tyler and Lance, and now we also have seen this note. And let me just play you guys a few short clips of Lance's interview that was played in court, just in case you missed it. I'm not going to play the whole thing again. I did post the full interview on Thursday that they played in court, so if you want to go back and look at it. But there are a few key points that I kind of want to touch back on, especially when Lance claims that Tyler and him never talked about Charlie Kirk. Listen to this part.
Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I still don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current policies being issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
All right, I'm going to ask Steve about that. And it's kind of hard to imagine that they never once talked about Charlie Kirk or LGBTQ issues. But that's what Lance said. Should we believe it? What does Steve think about it? He's got an interesting take on it. Lance also described how Tyler was acting when he first got back from allegedly shooting Charlie Kirk. Listen to this.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. He started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it, and then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Now, again, remember, there are big chunks of the interview that we don't have, that the judge redacted. So there's a lot we don't know. There's a lot that was said in that interview that we don't know. In January, I actually spoke to a family member of Lance Twiggs, and I want to play you a short clip from that again. Maybe some of you guys have seen it, but I think now seeing it in relation to what has happened in the preliminary hearing and in connection with what we heard from Lance Twiggs, it's kind of just more interesting because of the context we have now. So listen to this.
I mean, both of them super smart. I mean, Lance was, I do know that. And I remember, he was a, concert pianist. Like his talent for piano music was off the charts, like not not normal. It was very impressive. And that's kind of what I've heard about Tyler, is that he was just so smart and it's just a shame that these kids that had so much potential and such a bright future.
What do you think changed?
I don't, and then being as antisocial as they were, from my understanding of, playing these games and being a part of this Discord group, it just, they didn't seem like they were in a real world.
There's text messages between Tyler and Lance where they're texting after the event. A lot of people find them unusual.
The world that they were in, like this gaming world, like that was a normal way that they kind of spoke, that this wasn't an abnormal, the way they spoke wasn't abnormal.
There have been a lot of questions about where Lance is now, whether he's in the FBI protection program. It's been a big mystery. He kind of has disappeared.
Yeah, my understanding was for the first few weeks, because there were so many threats against his family that and him, that they had, my understanding is they did have a little bit of FBI detail, and they kind of moved around a little bit, but they're not anymore. He's with his family.
Will he still cooperate with the investigation from what you know?
I don't know. When I first found out about how he was taken in and talked to by the police, that I know that they said that he was very cooperative, but they had to go get him and bring him in. He didn't voluntarily go in and say, "Hey, I heard about this and I have some knowledge." He had to go in. Then he handed things over when they asked for him, but he didn't give up any information until he had to.
There are so many theories out there, and I'm sure you've seen them. People think other people are involved, or
I'm in
another government was involved.
I'm in the kitchen now melting shea butter and beeswax. So I'm listening also. I can hear if this thing stops.
I mean, you're kind of in the middle of this. How confident are you that police have the right guy, Tyler Robinson?
100%. They have the right guy.
So she was very, very confident that Tyler Robinson is responsible. And we now know that Lance Twiggs has moved out of state with his family, and from what I've been told, is no longer in the Witness Protection Program. Hey guys, I've been on the road so much lately. I've been distracted by so many stories, and there are certain things I just don't have the time to deal with, and identity theft is definitely one of those things. It's the worst. It happened to my dad. It took forever for him to sort it out. And the truth is, we're all at risk. I've been alerted by several banks I've used that there was a data breach, that my data is out there. And I just feel better knowing that I am protected by Incogni, the sponsor of this video. Criminals can get your personal information for scams, for stalking, harassment, all sorts of other illegal activities. And that is where Incogni comes in. It is a personal data removal service, and it is so easy. Signing up online literally took me 1 minute. And look at this. This is my dashboard. I'm always checking it. It already shows hundreds of data brokers that Incogni has contacted to make sure that my data is not public. I check it every week, and there are always more they find. There's more that pop up. I get little alerts in my email. They also have a new custom removal feature on the unlimited and unlimited family plans. If you see a website with your personal info, you put it into Incogni's custom removal feature, and one of Incogni's privacy agents will take care of the rest for you. So to check it all out, go to incogni.com/Brian Entin and use code Brian Entin for 60% off. Incogni helps wipe yourself from the internet. They can't harm you if they can't find you. Click the link below to claim your 60% off and get your personal data off the market. Let me play you my interview with retired FBI agent Steve Moore, where he explains what he thinks is going on here with Lance Twiggs, with the Lance Twiggs interview, whether he thinks Lance Twiggs could still face charges. Steve, it's nice to see you. Thank you for joining me. I was really interested in talking to you about Lance Twiggs, Tyler Robinson's roommate, lover. And we've talked about him before, but now we've actually seen this, or at least parts of this one interview that was done with Lance. I just walked away from, they lived together. They were in this romantic relationship. Do you really believe that Lance Twiggs had no idea that Tyler Robinson was going to go do this? Because that's what he said.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard sell. That's really going to be a hard sell, because I, as an FBI agent, and more importantly, I, as a human being who have been in a relationship with a person, kind of know that you talk to somebody about your deepest feelings, thoughts, things that bother you, and even if you have things that you don't want to talk about that way, generally, your partner will find out. They'll ask you questions. What is it with you today? That kind of stuff, and it will come out. If you ask my wife, the things that are constantly on my mind, she'll be able to list them for you.
Well, and the fact that he said they had never even discussed Charlie Kirk before, like it had never even come up once, that name.
So you hate somebody enough to ruin your life in order to murder a person, and you never discuss that with anybody? Hard sell. My wife knows things I don't like, much less things that I despise.
Right. Yeah. What's interesting is there were the way it was explained in court, there were 2 interviews that were done with Lance Twiggs. There was the first one, and then there was the second one, which is what was played in court. And they basically said, if you don't want to go to the preliminary hearing, we're going to do the second interview. And that's, it's going to be in place of you going to the preliminary hearing.
Right.
And when you would do interviews like this, like how much preparation is done beforehand, like off camera? I mean, do they know what he's going to say? Are there things that they leave out that they don't want to ask about? Like how much sort of planning goes into it from the law enforcement side? Because again, they knew they were going to use it at the preliminary hearing.
Mm-hmm. Whenever you bring a witness beforehand, you do want to know everything that they will say. You don't want to tell them what to say. You don't want to put your finger on the thumb or put your thumb on the scales. You just need to know everything they're going to say, and be able to set your weight down on the ice that you believe that they will say those things, and not turn the tables on you at the last second. This is always something I'm concerned with when a partner of somebody who you're asking to testify against their partner. They might say, I'm going to say this, and he's horrible, and he told me about this. But then when you get into court, they say, these people wanted me to say this and this and this, and I wouldn't do it. And, of course, you hadn't, but, it's that kind of thing that sometimes they look for in order to help their partners.
But do they, I don't want to use the word practice, but I mean, is there like a pre-interview when you're doing something like this, and then you say, okay, now we're going to record, and like, how does it work beforehand? And he has a lawyer too. I mean, is the lawyer involved?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his lawyer and the prosecutor will certainly agree on what he will testify about and what he will not testify about. And I know I'm speaking to lawyers, and everybody gets this, but for those who aren't, you're going to agree between the 2 lawyers what that person is willing to say, and you're not going to ask questions beyond that. Secondarily, there will probably be, in any such agreement, some kind of penalty for not doing this. The prosecutors can say, hey, we can charge you as an accessory after the fact. They may have some things over Twig's head that we are unaware of. In fact, I'd be surprised if they didn't. Still, it is interesting to me that they didn't trust him to say these things live in front of a jury, in front of a judge in a courtroom. So there may have been, at some level, a little bit of concern on the prosecutor's part. I will tell you, the fact that they videoed it meant there was concerns on someone's part. And we don't know if it's a prosecutor or Twig.
It just seems like I would have expected more pushback, like when he said, I had no idea, or we had never talked about Charlie Kirk, or we never talked about LGBTQ issues. Like naturally, if I was doing that interview, I would have said, wait, you've never talked to your partner about Charlie. You know what I mean? Like, but they didn't really do that much. Is that like, again, it just felt like there was almost like a plan ahead of time.
Yeah, and part of that is, Brian, because it is a preliminary hearing. They don't need to roll out their entire case. I mean, certainly it's not helpful to them that Twig says, well, we never discussed this stuff, because people are going to be side-eyeing that all day. But all you're trying to do in the preliminary hearing is get the judge, who's a sensible person, allegedly. I don't mean that in any kind of side swipe there. I assume a judge is reasonable. They need to get the judge to agree that there is probable cause to believe that that this person committed the crime. Robinson committed the crime, and therefore you should go forward with a trial.
I'm almost done. Almost done. I'll be back in a little bit here.
Is not when you show all your cards. This is when you get just enough on the table to get betting going.
With the immunity, and they when they had the law enforcement, the detective up there talking about the interview and how it went down, and they acknowledged that there was a certain level of immunity given to Lance Twiggs before he did this. How does that work behind the scenes? Like, is it the agent explaining that to Lance before? Like, how does all of that come about?
It's like a negotiation. It's not that far from buying a car. What'll it take you for us to put you in the witness stand today? And what will happen is Twig will talk to his attorney and say, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. And the attorney will say, well, you don't have to, but you could spend time in prison if you don't. So let's all talk about this. You're going to think of your attorney as your negotiator in buying that car. And you're going to say, I don't want to. And the guy says, my client doesn't want to do this, doesn't want to do this, doesn't want to do this. The prosecutor then in return says, yeah, but we need that. So if he's not willing to say that, then we're just going to have to treat him as a co-conspirator. And the guy goes back and he goes, well, we've got some issues, and so it is a negotiation. When they get to a point where they're all on board saying, I will say this, I will say this, I will say this, then you do sign a document. And sometimes it specifies what will and will not be said. And if they violate that, then all bets are off. You can come at them as a co-conspirator. My suspicion is that the prosecutors didn't get everything they wanted, because certainly you wouldn't have want him to say something that strains credibility, that two gay men never discussed LGBTQ issues as it related to Charlie Kirk. It strains credibility at that point. So they probably didn't want that in, or wanted a different statement, but couldn't get it at this stage. I'm not convinced that the prosecutors are done with that statement. My guess is that Twig, because of what he said, has immunity for what he said so far. But if they get him on a stand and start pushing him on stuff, or if they have evidence or other testimony, say from others who heard the two talking, at a family function or something, they could go back and say, what you said in that pretrial deposition was false. Therefore, our agreement is over.
And they do that at any time?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, if they can prove that Twig lied on anything substantive.
Do you guys find this interesting? All right. See you tomorrow, Wendy. Woo-hoo! I'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay.
You know, because part of the requirement of that agreement will be that he says that he speaks nothing but truth. And if they can prove during trial that he lied on that, every single bit of that, it's not like you get just a little bit out of it. That entire agreement's going to go away, and they could treat him at that point as a co-conspirator. And then they might just take him aside once trial has started and say to the attorney, hey, listen, sorry to be a buzzkill here, but we've got this evidence, and this evidence that your client was lying on that deposition. So we're declaring this agreement dead, and we want to propose another one that he comes forward and truthfully says at this time.
Also, with sort of the trans element of this, he went by the name Luna at one point, but that was really downplayed in the interview. Like I think it was just one question, and then he said, oh yeah, that was a short thing, and they just kind of moved on quickly, where it seems relevant because of Charlie Kirk's sort of opposing views on trans issues especially. But again, they didn't really drill down on that at all. They just kind of moved on. I don't know if that was because it's Utah and they knew, like, we don't want to, go down that path too much, the perception. I mean, what do you think was going on there?
Oh, I think you're very perceptive. I was an agent in Utah for 2 years, and the federal government, if they were, just to give you an example, if they were prosecuting, say, a 50-state dial-a-porn case where people from all 50 states were calling in and they wanted to prosecute this case, they could prosecute it in any one of the 50 states. It always came to Utah because they wanted morality cases, when possible, to be tried in Utah, because the jury pool there is very moral in their views of these things. So the prosecutors were very wise, especially in Provo, home of BYU and the Missionary Training Center. They're going to get a public opinion that's pretty conservative, which is why they may be going for a bench trial on this one. But yes, they don't want to say things that they don't have to. Plus, in a preliminary hearing, they're going to want the judge to give this witness credibility. And so if they go after him and destroy his credibility in any means possible with the jury pool or with the public, they're hurting what, they need him to say certain things for that tape. So you don't want to destroy his credibility there. All bets are off in trial. If they want him to be a lead witness against Robinson, they're going to make him look like a scion of truth and virtue. If they believe that he is hurting their case, they're going to go after him.
He didn't go running to police by any means. I mean, from most accounts, they went to him. It seems he knew about what happened, at least after the fact. Although there's still a lot of questions what he knew before. Would that be a charge? I mean, could he have been charged because he didn't immediately go?
Okay, I'm now making my rose hip face balm, or my rose hip face cream. So I'll be back and forth. I never thought I'd be a chemist. Well, yeah, never thought. Hi, Shar.
In Utah, I believe you can be charged as an accessory after the fact if you have, if you intentionally conceal weapon evidence of a violent felony when a person, or aid their escape. So yeah, I think whether or not they could get a conviction, is one question, but the real question is, could they bring him up on charges for it? Yeah, and he knows the jury pool, so he's in a weak position, so he needs to cooperate.
Overall, they have pretty strong evidence against Tyler Robinson. I mean, the surveillance video of him on campus is really clear, comes back and forth. They have video of him going up towards the roof, coming down from the roof. They have the rifle with the DNA. It seems like a solid case without Lance Twiggs. And then they have the text messages with Lance Twiggs, regardless of whether he cooperates or not. I'm just wondering why this, I hate to use the word dog and pony show, but this whole thing to protect Lance and to, have him be cooperative and to give him this immunity, like, it doesn't seem like they needed that. There's a lot of other evidence.
Yeah, but see, that's what they thought in the OJ case too. They thought that was a slam dunk. And what law enforcement has learned is that nothing's a slam dunk until the gavel comes down from the judge. And so they're not going to throw away a potential key witness early on. Now, like I said later, if they start to have victories in every single one of their pieces of evidence, like say the rifle comes in and the DNA is accepted as legitimate and the videos are accepted as legitimate, they don't need him as much. But right now, they don't know how much they're going to need him in the future, because what we saw in the OJ case and what we're starting to see here is that old adage where they say, if the evidence is on your side, argue the evidence. If the evidence is not on your side, argue the process, argue the police. And that's been his attorney's process so far. In the evidentiary hearing, it was not about the evidence, it was how it was gathered. Why didn't you gather this then? How did you package? It was all about procedure and process. It was not about the evidence at all. So obviously what their hope is that they can destroy the evidence by destroying the credibility of those who gathered the evidence and are using it.
Yeah, and we see defense attorneys do that a lot, and they did that at the preliminary hearing. And there's a couple examples I wanted to ask you about. They talked a lot about, there was a pistol holster that was found. When everybody went running right after the shots, there was this pistol holster found in the grass, not terribly far from Charlie Kirk. And it was interesting. One of the officers who was testifying said, I saw it, I noticed it, but I also knew that I heard a rifle shot from a different direction. So he was trying to process, like, there's a pistol holster, but I don't necessarily think, the gunshot came from right here. But they never, from what we could tell, processed the pistol holster. They said they never fingerprinted it. They never took it into evidence. Is that surprising? Because the defense seemed to really key in on that.
I'd key in on that too. As an investigator, I'm incredulous that you've had a shooting nearby, and sure, you think it's a rifle, and may have had good reason to believe it's a rifle, but frequently people who shoot with rifles also have pistols in case during their escape somebody accosts them. I think it was Lee Harvey Oswald did that. He shot a policeman with a pistol after he had left the rifle. So anybody who has been in law enforcement for any amount of time knows that on a college campus, a pistol holster empty indicates that there's a pistol somewhere missing a holster. And so you're probably going to consider that a major piece of evidence. The fact that he didn't pick it up, or he or she didn't pick it up, indicates to me nothing about the case against Robinson, but it indicates to me some retraining necessary with that officer.
The other thing with Utah, as you know, and I learned in court because they brought it up, is that you can bring guns onto college campuses like that. So it wouldn't be unusual, I guess, for people, even for students, to be carrying concealed guns at an event like that, which is maybe where this holster came from.
Yeah, the problem to me isn't that people might have a holster on campus. Again, I lived and worked in Utah for a couple of years. The problem is that people generally tend not to throw valuable things on the ground. A pistol holster, depending on the design or the manufacturer, they can be expensive. So nobody just throws them on the ground. And think about this. A pistol fits in a holster. People never carry empty holsters in their pockets. I mean, it's just not something you do. So if there's an empty holster on the ground, the logical assumption is that there had been a gun in it, and now the gun didn't need the holster anymore. So to me, an empty holster is almost as significant as a gun sitting on the ground, because it indicates that there's something else to be seen here. That, again, doesn't change, in my mind, the process of prosecuting Robinson. I don't think it changes the case. It could have been something dropped, but as an investigator on a quickly moving crime scene, if you see a holster for a weapon of any kind, you don't just ignore it.
Mm. The other interesting thing that came up was there was this bullet that was found on the roof, not where Tyler Robinson allegedly was and shot Charlie Kirk, but in a different part of the roof. They found a bullet, and they weren't really able to explain 100% where it came from, although it seemed like they kept leaning towards that it was from a police officer at another time who had, and you can explain this better than me because I'm not a gun guy, I don't know too much, but something about the bullet may have come out of the rifle of a police officer when they were.
When you want to unload a weapon, a semi-automatic weapon, or even an automatic weapon, whether it's a police weapon or a personal weapon, you first remove the magazine. You've seen that in all the John Wick films. Push the button, the magazine comes out, but you still have one bullet in the chamber. And so you rack the action, and that sends that bullet shooting up, the bullet casing and cartridge flipping up into the air, which you've also seen on movies. That is what happens when a bullet is fired or ejected. And so it'll fly out, and it's not beyond the realm of possibility that if you eject something really hard, it's going to spring somewhere where you don't see it. So yeah, it's a possibility that happens. And most people, if you're not in a hurry, you carefully unload it. If it was a rifle bullet, it depends on an AR-15 or an M4. When you rack that action, it comes out pretty aggressively, and they may have lost it. So I would have to really know more about what the caliber was. And then what I would want to do if I was the police is find out if it was the same caliber and manufacturer as those issued to policemen. And then if it gets really something that becomes a nuisance and you have to get rid of that as a potential piece of distracting evidence. Once it's been ejected, you have the tool marks from the weapon on the casing of the shell, and you could match that bullet to a specific police rifle or pistol.
Would the bullet have flown if the officer was on the ground? Could it have hypothetically flown all the way up onto the roof?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
It must have been up on the roof or something.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a reasonable explanation for where that bullet came from?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly feasible. It doesn't sound common to me. If I ever ejected a round, I would, especially when I wasn't on a police range or an FBI range, I would certainly want to pick that weapon up or pick that bullet up. They pose some danger if you just leave it on the ground. But then again, if they believed that there was a potential shooter in the area and they were checking out this rooftop, they're not going to stand around and smoke cigarettes. They're going to get things done. They're going to move around quickly, and they're not going to worry about a bullet dropped in the area there.
Something else that's come up a lot is they're saying that it was a bullet fragment found inside Charlie Kirk, and that there was never an exit. Does that surprise you? Is that unusual?
No, bullet fragments inside people are not unusual at all. I would, again, the very high-powered rifles, the supersonic rifles, whether they're 30 calibers or 226, 308s, 30-06, they tend to, they're traveling faster than the speed of sound. They are also long. They're not like little bullets, so they have a little bit of a balance issue. You know, if they're not spinning, once they hit something, they will tumble. And frequently you'll.
Okay. Any of my customers watching right now, do any of you have any requests for stuff to be made? I just made 2 more rose hip. Where is it? Rose glow. Okay. Okay. Any requests? Sarandy now rollerball. Okay. Thank you, Krista. I have some. I'm pretty sure I have some in stock. Oh, no, I don't. I only have the spray. Okay, Serenity now, rollerball. I can do that. I thought I had some up. I've got the spray. Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, that's that can come down. Oh, I guess I have to put some up. I didn't. What? Yeah, okay, I have to make a whole new listing. Why did I take that down? Okay. Okay, so if you're on my website, remember to use code code welcome 2026. And the linen sprays right now, if you buy 3 of them, it will automatically take $5 off. You don't need a code for it either. Something for age spots. Okay, Krista, I got you, girl. Age spots. I've never actually tried making anything for age spots.
We'll get fragments coming off those bullets, and it doesn't necessarily have to hit something very hard. I would expect that to happen more often with hitting something like bone, something like that. I don't know the trajectory of this bullet, and if it hit anything before Charlie. You know, some people have been killed by a bullet ricocheting off a vest up into their neck, things like that. So I'd have to see and understand the trajectory of the bullet. I would be surprised if the entire bullet was still in the victim at that point. Those things continue on for a long time. The issue with these long rounds, the hunting rounds, the 2.26s, is that they are, as I said, going faster than the speed of sound. When they hit something soft, they will tend to want to tumble. Then once it's gone.
Okay, I can't do age spots right now. It requires licorice root extract. I don't have that. And alpha arbutin. So next time I put an order in for supplies, I will check that out. Doesn't lemon removes age spots, doesn't it? Does lemon remove? I swear it does. Lemon is not reliable. Okay. Lemon is not reliable and actually not recommended. It may slightly lighten the skin, but it contains citric acid. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to have to try that another time. And members, remember you have your own code as well, members. It's on your community wall on the members tab. Okay, let's keep going here. We're almost done with this conversation.
Through, say, the area where the carotid artery was, if it does hit something harder, cartilage, bone, anything like that, it can cause the bullet to fragment because it's already beginning to tumble. So it's, you know, I remember when I was on SWAT, we chose our weapons for a raid or for an operation based on what we were going to deal with as potential obstacles. And we would frequently not bring the high caliber. In fact, most of the time did not bring the high caliber M4s, AR-15s on things because they wouldn't penetrate very far because they tumbled. I remember once there was a shooting the FBI had, I believe it was in Phoenix, where there were several FBI agents returning fire at a guy in a car. And these high speed, these supersonic rounds were being stopped by headrests, you know, the foamy headrests. Not even the harder part of that, they would just tumble inside the foam and wouldn't continue. Whereas the slugs from submachine guns or pistols caliber did go through, did penetrate, and did what they needed to do. So all that to say, when a high-speed supersonic round hits anything, it's going to behave in ways that we don't, as laymen, fully understand or expect. But the amount of G-forces and energy.
So my customers watching and those of you catching the replay later, do you guys want me to make more aloe vera burn gel? Like, are you guys sunburnt? Are you going out and getting sunburnt? I made those soaps. I've got those. They're amazing hand soaps. I'm going to actually make the hand soaps. I'm actually going to make a body spray that matches the scent. Oh my God, it is so good. I'm going to make cream now to match the hand soaps. So like say if you have it in your kitchen or your bathroom, you got the soap on one side and the cream on the other in matching. Okay. Okay. All right, so if people aren't using it, then I won't make it. Yeah, so you'll be able to get the soap and the cream together if as a set type thing. It looks nice in your bathrooms or your kitchen. But this one scent I made the other day, I named it lemon meringue. Oh my God, it is so good. It's actually lemongrass with some other stuff, sandalwood, tonka, and to me it smells almost like lemon meringue, but with a twist of nature on it. It's fantastic. I actually took it in the shower today and used it. I was like, oh yeah, I smell pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Okay, so this is boring. I'm gonna try and find something else. Give me a sec here. I'm just quickly scanning to see if there's anything new. News Nation. Fuck, we got fires. Oh, this is bad. Okay, we're watching this. Wendy, watch this.
I'm Kelly Green, Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness. I'm honored to be here on the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Minister Randy Neal of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship.
We're in trouble.
And Minister Ravi Parmar, Minister of Forests.
Okay, I'm going to
We'll
do
also
that
hear
now.
presentations on current wildfire and drought conditions from Cliff Chapman, Director of Wildfire Operations, BC Wildfire Service, and Connie Chapman, Executive Director, Water Management Branch, Ministry of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship. Today, we are providing an update on the current wildfire and drought conditions in BC. Over the past week, we've seen wildfire activity increase in several parts of British Columbia, with impacts being felt by people, families, and communities. Currently, there are 8 evacuation orders in place throughout the province due to wildfires. 7 of those orders are related to the Brunswick Wildfire Complex near Boston Bar. At this time, more than 230 properties are under evacuation order and nearly 300 properties are under evacuation alert in the area.
I used to have a cabin up by Boston Bar.
Of Boston Bar and surrounding communities. Approximately 280 people are being supported with emergency support services. I know that this is an incredibly difficult and uncertain time for everyone who's been evacuated from their homes. Having to leave your home is never easy. It means leaving behind your belongings and the place where you are most comfortable and not knowing when it will be safe to return. To everyone who has been affected by these wildfires, please know that you are not alone. We are working closely with local governments and First Nations to support you in these difficult times. Emergency support services are available for people who need help meeting their basic needs during evacuations. This includes support for accommodation, for food, for clothing, and other essentials. Information on how to register for emergency support services will be included in the evacuation order that is issued by your local government or First Nation. Additionally, people can pre-register for emergency support services to make accessing services easier and faster during an evacuation. To register, visit ess.gov.bc.ca or use the BC Services Card app or phone the BC Evacuee Helpline at 1-800-387-4258. The BC Evacuee Helpline hours are Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., and they may be extended for events as needed. Up-to-date information on evacuation orders and alerts in British Columbia, including recommended actions to take, is available 24/7 on emergencyinfobc.ca. I want to thank everyone who's followed evacuation orders that have been issued by your local government and First Nation. These orders are put in place to protect lives, and your cooperation helps emergency personnel to do their jobs safely and effectively. For anyone currently under an evacuation alert, now is the time to prepare for the possibility that conditions could quickly change. Take the opportunity to make a plan with your household and prepare your grab-and-go bags with essential.
There was a fire up the hill behind us just a few days ago, and luckily they got it, but holy shit, that's scary.
Like medication, important documents, phone chargers, food, water, clothing, toiletries, and other necessities. Taking these steps now before an evacuation order is issued can make a big difference in how comfortable you are during evacuation. For information on how to prepare for emergencies, I encourage people to visit preparedbc.ca. We are also seeing air quality impacts in several communities as wildfire smoke is moving through the region. While smoke can affect anyone, some people are more vulnerable, including those with heart or lung conditions, pregnant people, infants and younger children, older adults, and people who work outdoors. If you're experiencing wildfire smoke in your area, there are steps that you can take to reduce your exposure. Prevent smoke from entering your home by sealing doors and windows and keeping them closed, as long as indoor temperatures are safe and comfortable. People may want to consider visiting places with controlled air supply, such as malls, community centers, and libraries. And please know that our ministry has been helping communities open clean air shelters or extend the hours of community spaces where needed over the past week to keep people safe. As we've seen over the last few weeks in other parts of the world and in our own province's history, extreme heat events are becoming more common and can be life-threatening. I encourage people to take steps now to prepare for the possibility of extreme heat. This can include identifying a cooler space in your home and setting it up so you can stay there at night, checking on the well-being of friends and family, and creating a plan to support each other during heat events, and being aware of cooling centers in your community. When extreme heat is forecast, EMCR works proactively with communities and reimburses eligible expenses to open emergency cooling centers and keep people safe. During a heat emergency, check in with your local government or First Nation for the location of local cooling centers. This information is also available on emergencyinfobc.ca by accessing the mapping function. For extreme heat information preparedness, the province has created an extreme heat preparedness guide. It's available on preparedbc.ca. Now, before I turn it over to Minister Neil, I want to thank all of the emergency personnel who are working tirelessly to keep people in BC safe. That includes the BC Wildfire Service crews, local firefighters, search and rescue teams, emergency support services responders, local governments, First Nations, and staff from my ministry who are working around the clock to keep people safe. I know that the days and weeks ahead may continue to be challenging, but people in BC have proven that we are strongest when we stand together. And together we will get through whatever challenges this wildfire season will bring. I'd now like to turn it over to Minister Neil.
Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Minister Green. Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to acknowledge that I'm speaking from the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. My name is Randy Neal, Minister of Waterland and Resource Stewardship and the MLA for Powell River.
She's
Sunshine Coast.
awesome.
And I hope all of you are enjoying all that a beautiful BC summer has to offer. We are heading into another hot stretch this week, particularly in the Okanagan, where temperatures are expected to reach up to the mid-30s. And in many parts of the province, we are seeing lower stream flows, ongoing drought and water scarcity concerns, and increasing pressure on water resources. Forecasts for this summer continue to show elevated drought conditions across much of the province. Some areas continue to experience very low stream flows, particularly in parts of Vancouver Island and the Lower Mainland and the southern interior, again, particularly in the Okanagan. We are asking everyone, water purveyors, residents, businesses, and large water users to take voluntary action now to conserve water. While conditions vary across the province, we are closely monitoring watersheds where drought and water scarcity risks are increasing. Declining stream flows and rising water temperatures place additional pressures on fish populations and aquatic ecosystems. And that includes record-setting lows being recorded for this time of the year in the Okanagan in particular. And this is why attention is being paid to watersheds, including the Salmon River and Bissett Creek in the Okanagan. Our staff continue to work closely with nations, local governments, industry partners, agriculture producers, and watershed experts to monitor conditions and coordinate responses. Yesterday, I spoke with a big group of farmers in the Salmon River and Bissett Creek area. This is something that we are all working on actively together, finding solutions for this summer and permanent solutions for every year thereafter. And I want to thank them again for their boots on the ground. They are so aware and so proactive. Thank you for being partners in this. When stream flows, however, reach critical levels and vulnerable fish populations are at risk, temporary protection orders remain available as a last resort. I know these decisions can have a strong impact on people, particularly farmers. We do not make these decisions lightly. Any decision to issue a temporary protection order is guided by science, local knowledge, and Indigenous knowledge. And it considers impacts on affected communities and water users specifically for the agriculture sector and our farmers. They are only considered when voluntary conservation measures are not enough to prevent serious or irreversible harm to aquatic ecosystems in this province. Those measures are targeted, they are temporary, and they're designed to restore and protect critical stream flows as quickly as possible. The most important message today really is quite simple. What you do matters. Water is essential to our communities, our economy, our agriculture, our recreation, our environment. Water conservation measures and actions will help maintain stream flows, protect ecosystems, and reduce pressures on local watersheds in the weeks and months ahead. Water conservation is a shared responsibility with all of us. Small actions taken by a lot of people can make a real meaningful difference. We continue to strengthen drought monitoring and response efforts through the Drought Information Portal and the pilot water scarcity framework that provides more localized information to support communities and encourage early voluntary action. And over the last few months, we provided information and preparedness resources to water suppliers and license holders throughout this province, encouraging conservation before conditions become critical. These efforts, as I said, make a massive difference. Simple actions such as reducing outdoor water use, fixing leaks, following all the local watering restrictions can help conserve water and protect streams, rivers, and ecosystems. So I want to thank everyone again for doing their part. I would now like to turn it over to Minister Ravi Parmar.
Thanks very much, Minister Neal. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ravi Parmar, and I'm British Columbia's Minister of Forests and Minister responsible for the BC Wildfire Service. Before I get into the numbers this morning, I want to join my colleagues and people across British Columbia in passing on our deepest condolences to the Sooke pilot, Nicholas Dale, who passed away while battling the Gold Mountain Fire in Colorado. My deepest condolences go out to his loved ones, friends, and everyone in the aerial firefighting community who is mourning this tremendous loss. I know the community of Sooke very well, having represented it, and I know that they will wrap their loved ones and this family, Nicholas's family, during this very challenging time. I'd like to start by acknowledging the individuals, families, and communities who are being or have been directly impacted by wildfires this season. In particular, the Brunswick complex of wildfires impacting the Fraser Canyon. Over the last week, British Columbians have watched this fire with concern. Families have had to pack up with little notice. People have watched smoke settle over their communities and wondered what tomorrow would bring. I want to recognize the resilience we've seen in communities across the Fraser Canyon. At the same time, I want to thank the hundreds of personnel working in very challenging terrain around the clock to protect those communities. They have been supported by heavy equipment, structure protection specialists, First Nations, local fire departments, and aviation crew, including 2 night vision equipped helicopter groups. I want to thank all of our personnel for answering the call. British Columbians are immensely thankful for your work. I also want to recognize Incident Commander Todd Flanagan and the leadership team that is managing this complex. Todd will be available to answer
I just
questions
poured
on our
arrowroot
response
powder all
to the
over my
Brunswick
desk.
complex. As of this morning, there are 23 active wildfires across British Columbia. 5 new fires were discovered over the past 24 hours, while 8 fires have been declared out in the last 24 hours. I would also like to share that effective noon on Thursday, July 16th, Category 1, 2, and 3 open fires will be prohibited across much of the Coastal Fire Center. What this means is starting Thursday, there will be a campfire ban in coastal British Columbia, excluding the Campbell River, North Island Central, Haida Gwaii, and Sunshine Coast forest
Nobody should
districts.
have an
For
open
more
flame at
information
all
on
in
these
this
prohibitions and
province,
others
period.
across the province, I encourage you to download the BC Wildfire app. When people see smoke in the sky, it's natural to ask how wildfire seasons
No
compare
matches, no
to past
lighters, no
seasons.
smokes,
And while
no
it's too
nothing.
early for a full comparison, I do want to share some stats with you. Since April 1st, we've had approximately 25,000 hectares burn across BC from just over 440 fires. Compared to this time last year, over 700,000 hectares had burned from 544 fires. And at this time in 2023, the most challenging wildfire season in British Columbia's history, we were at over 1.2 million hectares burned from over 1,000 fires. Although weather is a big factor in this, I want to acknowledge the work we've done to mitigate risks and prevent fires as well. This year alone, 272 field treatment projects have moved forward on Crown land to reduce wildfire risks. In communities, 567 wildfire risk reduction projects have been completed by 280 local governments, First Nations, and regional districts, with another 209 projects currently underway. A couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to speak to West Kelowna Fire Chief Jason Brolin. The work of Fire Smart in neighborhoods helped minimize the effects of the Calamere fire in West Kelowna on families and homes just a couple of weeks ago. We know that Fire Smart is crucial to countless communities, and it's why I'm bringing an all-of-society approach to developing an active forest regime for British Columbia. We know that response matters too. Our investments in the BC Wildfire Service are delivering results. This year, 94% of all reported wildfires have been extinguished. That's 420 wildfires declared out, with 388 of them kept under 5 hectares in size. I want to thank all British Columbians so far this season. You have submitted more than 4,500 wildfire reports through the app and on our call center. Your early detection has been pivotal to our success. As we head into the hottest weeks of the summer, I am grateful for all of our work to date. But let me be very clear. We cannot be complacent. We are heading into a period of dry weather, wind, and storms, with high potential for new fire ignitions across the province, including starting later this week. Although we have done lots of work on the front end, and we are having a more manageable season to date, we must be prepared for new ignitions. It only takes one lightning strike, one careless decision, one spark. It's why every British Columbian has to play a role. Respect fire prohibitions, follow local restrictions, and be fire smart. Keep you and your family prepared with a go bag and an emergency plan in place.
We need to do that.
With what may come, this is not the time to get comfortable. Stay vigilant. And I want to be absolutely clear about one thing. If there is an active wildfire, keep your drone on the ground. Don't launch it. Don't test it. When your drone goes up, our aircraft must come down. That means aviation crews are grounded when they could be supporting operations. If you interfere with wildfire operations, you are part of the problem. It's reckless, it's legal, and frankly, it's stupid. The same goes for recreational boating. If you see aircraft working on a lake, stay clear. The fastest way to stop a wildfire is to let the professionals do their work. I'll leave you with this. While I'm encouraged where we are today, with the forecast to come, we cannot let our guard down. Let's stay informed, let's be prepared, and of course, let's stay fire smart. Because while the wildfire service is ready for the rest of the season, we all must be too. I'll now invite my colleague Cliff Chapman to share an outlook on the days ahead. Cliff.
Scary. This is right in my town, like right close to me. We're talking about my area right now. The fire is about hour and a half. West a little bit. But we have fires popping up everywhere. There was one on the hill just the other day. Like, holy fuck. Like, within 5 kilometers away from us. Yeah. Remember, he was talking about the fires in 2023. Do you guys remember us being in our old place and we had to take off because the fire was right behind us? Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Cliff Chapman. I'm the Director of Provincial Operations.
What have I done here? Okay.
For BC Wildfire Service. I join you today from the traditional territories of Tk'emlúps to Secwepemc in Kamloops out of our Provincial Wildfire Coordination Center. And I'm here to provide a very short but a very important update to the province of BC about what we're expecting in the next 24 to 48 hours in terms of our fire season, in terms of our fuel conditions, and in terms of the potential for wildfire impacts, in particular in the southern 2/3 of the province. Before I begin,
we will.
Presentation,
Wendy too. Wendy that's in
the
here.
Comments of the 3 ministers and thank everybody for their efforts so far this wildfire season. While it is now mid-July and we're in what we would call our traditional wildfire season in British Columbia, as we've seen in many of the last 5 to 10 years, our wildfire seasons can often start in April and continue pretty heavy all the way through until the end of September. In 2026, we've been in a little bit more fortunate position to have a wildfire season that has ebbed and flowed a little bit. We've had some spikes in activity, and obviously we've seen the devastating impacts of wildfire with the Ainslie and Brunswick Creek fires that we are actively fighting, and that the incident commander has joined us for questions after the call today to discuss if required. The next 24 hours, we are going to see the combination of dry fuels.
It's because we're Canadian, Donna. It's because we're from Canada, eh? Yeah. So if anybody would like to support my channel, that would be greatly appreciated. Yeah. Anything to help support my channel would be fantastic. Feel free to please buy my products. It helps pay the mortgage. Yeah. Not stressed out at all.
The potential for new starts because of lightning and an increase in winds across all of BC, particularly focused in the southern 2/3 of the province. What you see here on the screen is the underlying dryness of the fuels in British Columbia. The map on the left, obviously, the way it reads is the stronger the red, the more dry the fuels are. And as you can see,
Holy
in particular
fuck.
in the
We're
southern
in the
half
brown.
of the province, but really in the northeast as well, our fine fuels are as dry as they're going to be. They're as dry as they can get, which means they are highly susceptible to wildfires and they're highly susceptible to rapid spread days. What you see on the right is a little bit more promising news, albeit the area continues to grow, which is our Duff moisture code. And what that really tells us is how much a fire can hold. So if there is a lightning strike and a wildfire starts, will that wildfire have the potential to kind of hold and then pick itself up when it's hit with wind or other dry conditions? So as you can see on the right, that area is somewhat focused to the Kamloops Fire Center and the Southeast Fire Center, and touches into the Caribou and Coastal Fire Centers as well. Again, using the southern half of the province as sort of the potential for the most extreme wildfire behavior in the next 48 hours. One of the things in BC Wildfire Service that we particularly focus on is that when the conditions are dry, as they often are in our summer months in July and August, there needs to be that potential for ignitions. So how do fires start? As we've discussed on previous calls, our wildfires are usually about 60% started by lightning. And in the next 48 hours, we are going to see a high potential for lightning across the province. The map on the left, you can see is overlaying what we call our buildup index anomalies, essentially where you can see color that isn't white on the map. That is high potential for dry fuels and extreme fire behavior. The circles that you see on the map is where we are predicting to have the highest rate of lightning strikes with a fairly confident for.
Right here, that's where I am. We're in the orange, or the reddy brown, the very top. Shit.
Forecast that we are going to see lightning in those circles. I want to draw your attention to the two circles on the bottom right of the map of British Columbia. The one that both the circles that are touching in the United States. We are anticipating that we will see dry lightning in those areas. What dry lightning means is that we will see high winds, lightning hitting the ground, and it will come with very little or no precipitation, leading to a very high potential of wildfire starts and wildfire spreads. The other two circles, we will likely see a little bit of precipitation come with those lightning, but we are anticipating a significant lightning event in the next 24 hours, starting tomorrow afternoon, continuing through the evening, and then into Thursday and Friday. The Thursday and Friday may come with a little bit more rain, but tomorrow we're going to see a high potential for lightning without rain and significant potential for new starts. We are preparing across BC as the BC Wildfire Service. We have all of our aviation assets engaged. They are on alert and ready to respond to any new starts. We also have crews in all of our locations that are ready for aggressive initial attack. We are asking that communities prepare as well. Have your go bag ready, know what your evacuation procedures are. Please download the BC Wildfire Service app and watch for updates from the BC Wildfire Service as we will continually communicate what is happening as this weather system unfolds and as new fires start. This is absolutely the time to be diligent in this province, as we are potentially going to be dealing with a significant wildfire event in the next 48 hours. Thank you very much, and I will pass it back to Minister Green.
Thank you. We now have time for some questions. We also have technical experts online. Oh, I'm so sorry. Connie Chapman.
I've got a bag pretty much ready in the closet. I just need to add a few more things to it, and I can do that in 2 minutes. Yeah, it's this. I didn't realize it was this bad. Fuck. I didn't realize that we were in this much of a danger right now. Pretty unnerving. Explains why my insurance is fucking $5,000 a month. I mean, a year, because of this shit.
Has an update for us as well.
Thank you, Minister Green. Wonderful. So I'm Connie Chapman. I'm the Executive Director of the Water Management Branch with the Ministry of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship. And I'm calling in from the lands of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh today. Today, I'm just going to provide a quick little update on the current drought conditions and where we are likely headed over the next couple of days, specifically focusing on the hydrological conditions that many of our streams are currently experiencing. So as Minister Neal indicated, much of BC is experiencing increase in drought levels, particularly really focused on the southern half of the province. While we did see some rainfall in late June, early July, that rainfall, though, provided some small pulses of water within the system, though it didn't alleviate the drought conditions. What it really did was allow those systems to hold. As per the image on the left of the slide, this depicts the daily flows and levels that we are seeing within our stream flows. As you can see, we have a dark cluster of dark red and light red, really in that concentrated Thompson Okanagan Valley and the southern half of BC, south coast and west side of Vancouver Island. These dots are really indicating that our stream flows are below the 10th percentile and or lower. For many of these stream flow conditions, we are starting to see records be set for this time of year. I just want to reiterate, like the Thompson Okanagan, the streams are dry. We are hitting records for many of our gauges for this region. And two streams of concern that we are watching that Minister Neal mentioned are salmon and Bissett. Not only are we seeing the stream flows visually be significantly low, our well data monitoring is also indicating that our groundwater table is low, and we're seeing those lows, whether they be record lows or low lows, persist, whether it be in the stream.
Okay, those of you that understand this stuff, groundwater level, you guys know what that means, right? That's the drinking water source, like underneath. Wow. I'm surprised they're not talking about the reservoirs yet. Like we have reservoirs. They haven't mentioned the reservoirs. I imagine the reservoirs are really dry, like really low. We had like no snow this year as well. So that's partly what the problem is. We have no snowpack. Like in the olden days, we would go through the whole year being fed by the snowpacks. And now we're not getting snowpacks at all. It's bad. Wow.
Or within the aquifer across that basin. Looking ahead, we are heading into a ridge of high pressure system. As indicated, we're going to see those typical July weather patterns, hot, dry. We are anticipating that this will continue to elevate the hydrological drought conditions within the southern half of BC, particularly continued focus on that Okanagan Basin, south coast and west side of Vancouver Island. This will likely increase our water scarcity risk and increasing the pressures on the aquatic ecosystems and the fish populations throughout these watersheds. So as Minister Neal has indicated, it is time that we just have a look as to how we're utilizing the water, when we're utilizing the water, and keep those conservation measures in the forefront of our minds and to action, as we do want to be able to see healthy aquatic ecosystems. And with that, I will pass it back to Minister Green. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We have time for questions. We also have additional technical experts online, including Kevin Dunbar, Executive Director of Provincial Response and Recovery Operations with the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, Dr. David McVie, a Senior Scientist and Public Health Physician at BC Centre for Disease Control, Jeremy Oaten, Director of Emergency Management for the Ministry of Agriculture and Food, and Todd Flanagan, BC Wildfire Service Incident Commander in the Brunswick Complex.
Damn, I'm a little bit
Okay,
short
thank
here.
you for joining us today. For the
pull out
media on the
more.
line, please press *1 to enter the queue. You'll have one question and one follow-up. We will start with the
I didn't make
questions in the
enough.
room. For the reporters, please state your outlet. You'll have one question and one follow-up. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ashley from CP. This is a question for Minister Neal, if she doesn't mind.
I hate it when I don't.
The water conservation.
I hate it when, I hate it when I don't make enough. And I'm like in between jars, like I got one jar half full. I gotta make more. Hi, Quiddy.
Expectations. You've talked about how you're hoping people will conserve water. I'm wondering if you could articulate what the threshold is for when actual restrictions would be put in to conserve water.
Minister Neal?
Thank you. Really good question. So in many cases, the local water purveyors, like the municipalities, have those rules. So as you heard today, Metro Vancouver is going back to a stage 2, but in Vernon, for example, in the greater Vernon water area, they're up at stage 3, which is a significant reduction for the amount of water that farmers, for example, can use to water their crops, up to a 70% reduction. So we do encourage
Wow, that's
everybody
bad.
to listen to what their local water purveyors are telling them and where the restrictions are set. And in cases where we have to look at issuing a temporary protection order, for example, those are times when we work really, really closely with the agriculture users in the area, with our scientists, with our data, and look at the numbers to determine whether or not there is sufficient water in there for the juvenile salmon at this point to either swim out of the stream safely, and then later on in August and September, if there is enough water in there for the salmon to return to those streams. So that is kind of the levels that we use before we issue any of those, but everyone in the area is really well aware. And I'll just ask Connie if she has anything to add to that.
Thank you, Minister Neal. What I would just add is that the data is showing us that the stream flows are extremely low. And so this is the time where if you are hiking in the woods, traveling, or looking for that water to play in, you are going to notice that the flows are low. They're lower than what we normally see. And so this is where, as Minister Neal indicated, where those water conservation measures really come into play. And so looking for those water purveyors, whether it's local governments, private entities, or if you're drawing water from, an individual well, to really look at how you're using the water and to think about how maybe water conservation can play into those daily sort of habits, just to ensure that we don't get into those critical situations that Minister Neal indicated when we need to consider using regulatory action under the Water Sustainability Act, which has a greater impact on everyone within those areas. So what I will just finish with is the data showing us that the stream flows are low, particularly the west side of Vancouver Island and the Thompson Okanagan areas. And this is where we are looking for everyone to kind of just have that critical lens as to how they're using water, whether it be within a water or an area where water is provided by a local purveyor, or if you are pulling water directly from a stream, a well, with a water license issued under the Water Sustainability Act.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could, either of you could expand a little bit more on what your expectations are for large companies and businesses that use water for non-urgent purposes. I'm thinking like golf courses, things like that. Is your expectation that businesses like that don't use the amount of water they would normally use if we weren't in this situation?
Yeah, another really good question. In terms of, again, most golf courses fall under the purveyor of local governments, and it's up to local governments to make those decisions. We're here to offer guidance where we can. Another example, and I think it's a really good example, is Vernon is one of the towns that really leads the province in using reclaimed water. So, for example, all of the golf courses in the Greater Vernon Water District, which is a lot of really great courses like Predator Ridge, they use reclaimed water. And so that does not affect the drinking water at all. And they're looking to really expand that. They're working with the Ministry of Environment right now to expand the use of reclaimed water for other uses, to really be able to conserve and save that drinking water for people. And Connie, did you want to say anything more on that?
Minister Neal, you covered that well. The only thing I would add is that many of our local water purveyors are backed by what we refer to as storage. So they have reservoirs that have water in it that can last a number of days. And all we're asking is to have those critical looks at what that water storage looks like into the fall, as if we experience a season where we don't get those fall rains or that replenishment, that we want to be able to ensure that we have that sustainability to meet the basic human needs and to be able to, support those flows required in the streams for the aquatic ecosystem.
Next question.
Troy with CBC. Just looking for an update on the Brunswick fire complex. Neither fire has grown much in the last 4 or 5 days, but we've seen those fires have taken off. Are we expecting some more extreme growth with this lightning and winds that are expected?
I'll pass that to our technical expert online, Todd Flanagan, who is the incident commander for the Brunswick complex. Todd?
Hello, good morning. At this time, we've really started to stabilize the fire
down in the valley, around the homes, around our high values, as far as infrastructure is concerned. Working on some stuff higher up the valley. We're feeling secure with a lot of it. There is still some unsecured perimeter and some really steep and tough ground. Not confident with the weather upcoming in the next couple of days, changing alerts and orders, but we are looking at them daily. As far as status and fire growth, we haven't, we've got over 500, around 500 people today working on the fire line. So we hope to not have a lot of growth in the next few days or at all. However, saying that, there is still a lot of unchecked fire perimeter. So the next 2 days will be the tell where we can go with containment.
I am hesitant to ask this because I don't want to jinx it, but we're talking about, you know, a bit of a better fire season up to this point.
Okay.
What is the main reason for that? Is it just less lightning strikes or the public using better fire behavior?
Thanks for hanging with me, everybody, as I'm working. Thanks for just hanging out with me. I got a lot of shit to do still. It's restocking day. Like, I am restocking like as much as I can. So yeah, thanks for just hanging out with me.
Where are we at with maybe the main cause for a bit of a better season to now?
Cliff.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. I mean, at the end of the day, it boils down to weather. And obviously there's other conditions and other factors. And as Minister Parmar already did, he thanked the public for their diligence in reporting wildfires. We really do rely on the public for that. So the faster we know about them, the faster we can get on them with our ground and aviation assets. So that's one factor. But the big factor was that we didn't see the holdover fires that we've seen in the past couple of seasons from the Prince George Fire Center. For the last number of years, we've been fighting fires that survived through the winter and then kind of popped up in the spring. And then we had to deploy many resources and kind of ultimately fatigue the organization well ahead of July and August and certainly uptick what we would call a challenging fire season. This spring, we also saw quite a bit more kind of moisture intermittently. It clearly isn't enough moisture to impact the drought, but it is enough moisture to not allow fires to make those rapid growth, have those rapid growth days like we've seen on Brunswick Creek and Ainslie Creek in the last couple of weeks. So we have been fortunate with weather. We have seen, obviously, I think a significant change in behavior from the public in BC in terms of reporting fires, using fire the right way, including campfires, and really allowing us to get on fires as quickly as we can.
Next question.
Hi, Travis Prasad with Global News. You laid out kind of those 4 areas of lightning risk, but I'm wondering if there is any areas in particular in the province where you're really monitoring, where you think this is an area where things could pick up, hasn't burned in a while, there's a lot of fuel. Is there a region specifically that you think could be at risk here in the next little while?
Cliff Chapman?
A really great question. You know, I think the purpose of me doing a presentation today was to highlight just the widespread nature of the potential with this event that's upcoming. You know, I do think we are going to see lightning in the north. Our fuels up there are less receptive. So, you know, but it's hard to shrink it down to like just one area. So what I would say is the Kamloops Fire Center, the Caribou Fire Center, the Coastal Fire Center, and the Southeast Fire Center. So a fairly significant swath. The challenge with lightning and weather coming into the province the way it's coming in is we can forecast that it's coming, but we can't exactly forecast where it will hit and where it will be the worst.
Yeah.
So we generally think that there's going to be quite a swath of dry lightning, which again comes without precip. That's going to be more targeted to the southeast third of the province. And that is highly concerning. Obviously, when the lightning comes with a bit of rain, it gives us a little bit more time to respond. But if it doesn't, then we really lose that ability to respond if we say have a 50, 100, 150 fire start day, which is very, you know, could be anticipated on a day like tomorrow. So again, I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question more specifically, but really the concern is the southern 2/3 of the province in the next 48 hours.
That's us.
If the wildfire situation really takes off here in the province, Is there a chance that resources here in BC could be stretched thin? And what's the backup plan? Have you engaged other jurisdictions? If you could just walk us through that.
And Cliff Chapman?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, absolutely. So, worth noting, the rest of Canada has had some fire season already in some jurisdictions, mainly out east, and we have supported them with a little bit of our own resources over the last month. Those resources are on their way home or returning home very soon, including all our aviation fleet, which is back in the province. So we work with CIFC, the Canadian Interagency Fire Control Center, to help us get resources from other jurisdictions. We have calls with them almost daily. And there are resources available, not both across Canada, but also across the world, as we've had to increase where we pull resources from. It is worth noting we have a very strong and a very active contractor community in British Columbia who are also ready. We have deployed many of them already onto our fires and will continue to do so. So we have some in-house strength as well. And within BC Wildfire Service, with it only being a couple of fires up until this point, kind of currently burning, we still have a significant number of resources available. Most of them are on standby and ready for what's coming. And if required, we can ask either Canada or the rest of the world for more support, and there is support available.
Okay, we will now go to the phone line. We have Rob Buffin, CTV. Rob, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking my questions. I was hoping Minister Parmar could just elaborate or weigh in on this, what sounds like what's been described as a potentially significant fire event in the next 48 hours, especially in the southern part of the province, because of this dry lightning.
Hi, Archangel.
Expected. Are there?
Right.
I recognize it's kind of a general area, but is there a message that Minister Parmar has for the public in that area? And I don't know if there are any communities that have come to your mind as being, hey, there could be a wildfire near this community, given the expected lightning strikes.
I'd also like to be able to assure people that emergency services is standing by to support people in the event that they are evacuated. We work very closely with local governments and First Nations to ensure that people have the information that they need to keep themselves and their communities safe. In the event that you are evacuated, you will receive emergency support services to cover your essential needs. And we do make sure that that communication goes out with any evacuation order or alert. We are standing by to support every community 24/7, 365 days a year for whatever emergency they may be facing. And I'll pass it over to Minister Parmar.
Yeah, thanks, Minister Green, and thanks, Rob, for your question. Building on what Cliff had to say, British Columbians know all too well the devastating impacts that wildfires can have on their communities. And I just look to the people of Lytton in terms of what they have faced in that surrounding region, and of course, those in Boston Bar today. And my message is a simple one. We potentially got some tough days ahead of us. And now is the time for all of us to come together and support one another. In my conversations with people on the ground in the Brunswick Complex fire, the level of collaboration we've been able to see with Todd and his team, local First Nations, regional districts, local governments, has been absolutely incredible. But the incredible stories that I've also heard are neighbors checking in on neighbors, folks who probably don't know one another, maybe living in the rural community they've lived in for a long time, checking in on one another. It's incredible. And so my message to British Columbians is we potentially have some tough days ahead. Now is the time for all of us to be prepared, to stay informed, and most importantly, be fire smart. I want you to know that the British Columbia Wildfire Service is ready to go. We have an incredible group of people in every corner of this province that work hard every single day. We need to do our part as well.
I do. Thank you. I guess kind of a two-part of this, if I could try. I wanted to know from Minister Green, when in her opening remarks, she talked about the advice for people to be ready for extreme heat coming up. I know across Canada, there's a lot of extreme heat warnings.
Oh, I'm so glad we got an air.
I
am so glad we got an air conditioner in my neighbor's window for her. Holy shit. We walked in her house the other day and it was like 90 degrees in there. I couldn't fucking believe it. She's in her 80s. If anything happens, she'll be knocking on our door. I'm sure of it. Wow, that's crazy. 115. Oh my God.
Like heat dome, is there some heat event that is you would have turned your mind to whether or not there's something coming up in the relatively near future or later this summer? Is there a time period that you're expecting there might be some extreme heat? And I also was hoping to reconcile this idea that we only have 25,000 hectares of fires, like way less than say 2023, yet we've got record drought in various rivers on the west part of Vancouver Island and southern part of the province. Like, if weather is responsible for the low number of fires, how do we still have such low river levels?
That was a big question.
That's a good question.
So in terms of extreme heat, it's too soon to tell whether we'd have something as extreme as a heat dome, but we do know that we're expecting a period of elevated temperatures, and people can have sensitivity to those temperatures if they're medically vulnerable, if they're very young, if they are an older adult, and being prepared for higher temperatures is important for your safety and well-being. And so I'd recommend people to go to preparedbc.ca. There's a number of different guides for different kinds of hazards, one of them being extreme heat, to understand how you can best protect yourself and your family in the event that we are having higher temperatures. Particularly being able to have a safer, cooler place during the day or evening to have that respite is important, and that's why we work with local governments to make sure that those spaces are available.
Our next question is from Mark Page, Black Press Media. Mark, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Just got a question for a colleague from the Fraser Valley about the Boston Bar area. So from what I understand, there is residents in the area are receiving notices from the SVRD that they're going to start creating a large fire break that might help with this fire that's currently fire activity is currently there, but it is more sort of geared towards preventing future fires. Maybe is there any, excuse me, is there anything that either Mr. Parmar or some of the BC wildfire officials can share about this fire break and how many property owners this could impact?
I'll pass that along to Todd Flanagan.
Good question. So as part of our action plan, what we've decided to do is to loop around some of the communities that are just on the edge of the fire itself on the northern flank and the eastern flank. So kind of around the community of Canyon Alpine and even Boston Bar. And so it's just contingency planning at this time. What we are looking to do is just to have roads identified and a drivable road, just in case we do have a spark cross across the highway or any kind of spot fires, we've got response available. The partnership with the regional district worked really well in notifying all community members what our intent was to not try and not scare the public.
Mark, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I have a question about this, the map from one of the slides, the lightning risk in the coming days slide. And, forgive me if some of this was gone over, but, I see that obviously the circles where the lightning risk is going to.
Okay, we're taking a pause for a second. I want to show you something. This is Savvy's current reality right now.
It's a lovely day. We're stuck in fucking Golden. Lovely fucking day.
Hi, June. So she heard me. You can see her. She heard him on my phone. She heard him on my phone. So look at her. No, Sidhu is still going. No, Sidhu is on holidays today. So he sent his friend Jag, and Jag is on his way to Lordco right now. That's kind of like whatever you guys have in the States for car place, car quest or something. She heard him and she came running. Daddy will be home later. He'll be home later. He's in the big truck. Yeah, Jag. Yeah. He's in the big truck because she doesn't like that. And it's really fucking hot outside and it's 33 degrees outside and she's really angry she hasn't been able to go for a big, you know what? Oh, really? It's too hot outside. We can't do nothing. Mom's working. Did you see her? She looked right at you guys. Yeah, hi, it's me, June. Hi. Would you like a treat or something? Would you like a twisty stick? Would you like a chicken stick? Yeah? Okay, what about a pretzel stick? Oh, you want pretzel stick? Yum, yum, pretzel stick? Yep. Let's go, woman. Oh, she's got ice. Oh. She's got ice pops. Savvy made her ice doggo pops the other day with milk bone in them. Crushed up milk bone. Okay, I'll be right back. Share screen, Tara.
And then we've got the colors, you know, that range from green to yellow to red. Now, the colors seem to represent the BUI anomaly. Maybe would you be able to re-explain that? And from what I'm seeing, it sort of shows that the areas with the most risk are those where you've got the big circle and then you've got the dark orange. Is that sort of the correct assumption there?
I'll pass that along to Cliff Chapman.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. You're absolutely right. So the buildup index is sort of, I guess in simple terms, it is a combination of temperature, relative humidity, and rain or lack of rain within the system coming together to kind of define how fires will start and how receptive they will be to that, and then whether or not they will spread after they start. And so those areas on the map that were underneath the circles that were dark red, that is what we would call is our highest area of concern or has the highest potential for explosive fire behavior. That doesn't mean that there aren't pockets elsewhere in the province, including in the north, where a fire can start and spread. So I just want to be very clear that there is potential across the province. Obviously, there's a higher potential where you saw the darker hues of red on that lightning map. And those circles are where we believe we have the strongest chance of lightning, but the lightning could hit anywhere in BC as these systems move through, predominantly in the south, but have the potential to be in the northeast. Also worth noting, we have had a lot of lightning in the northeast over the last couple of weeks, and we haven't seen ignitions and we haven't seen widespread fire starts. So that does speak to the conditions in the northeast, that they're a little less receptive than what we're speaking about in the south right now.
Our next question is from Peter Mitham, Country Life in BC. Peter, go ahead.
Thanks. Probably a question for Minister Neil. Just, I know you've been paying attention to the situation in Southern Interior and the Salmon Beset Creek areas. Could you expand on the discussions that were taking place with those farmers and when the likely time frame is for imposition of fish protection orders based on what you're seeing in the streams?
Minister Neil.
Yeah, thanks, Peter, and thanks for the work that you're doing on this. We spoke to several farmers yesterday morning, mostly from the Salmon River and Bissett Creek area, probably 20 plus folks on the call. And just to bring them up to speed on where we are, as Connie mentioned before about the extremely low stream levels, historical lows in some cases, typically, and the farmers and people who live in those areas have been under temporary protection orders before. They typically expect them to happen in mid to late August. And we're looking potentially this year at having to issue them earlier. So we wanted to let them know. We wanted to hear from them. We wanted to look at some possible emergency measures that we could do together. And there are some which we are exploring. And just to make sure that they knew that that we need to do this work together. And if there's any good ideas from them, we would help them initiate those and look for long-term solutions as well, which they're actively involved in. So at this point, what we're really hoping is that everybody does as much as they can to voluntarily reduce their consumption of water, understanding that there are some important dairy and corn crops there as well. And then we can delay that any orders or possibly not.
We've got all of
issue
our
an order at all, but
we've got all our sprinkler system shut off outside. We've got in-ground sprinklers. We got them off now.
we just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page so we can do this work together.
Peter, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, well, sparking off the discussion of long-term solutions, that seems to be a long-term discussion we've been having in the province. I know BC cattlemen have been looking for long-term solutions for water storage. What kind of long-term solutions are you looking for the growers in the Bissett and Salmon River watersheds?
They have done, again, really good questions. And this is an issue that's been happening to them since 1987. So I understand that looking at those long-term solutions are incredibly important. We're looking at water storage areas. We're looking at areas where we can potentially use some of that water from Boline Creek. We're looking at some of the well structures, which aquifer those draw from and which they don't, and getting more clarity and kind of data around where the water is coming from and how we can really use it to look at long-term sustainable solutions. So we're not in this position year after year. Ministry of Agriculture really plays an important factor in that.
I don't get into political shit very much, but we need to stop selling fucking water to the West Coast of the United States. Period.
But I am trying off the top of my head to remember how much agriculture has put towards this issue. And I know $100 million, I think, and I think Jeremy might be on the phone from agriculture who can answer that. But hundreds of millions of dollars have been put into looking at permanent solutions. And we are looking at some real active solutions, and we'll continue the discussion with those farmers as we head into the fall. But I think it's, Jeremy, do you want to add anything to that from agriculture?
No, you covered it well, Minister.
We sell water and power to the United States. We supply power for California.
The only thing I would add is you are correct. We are actively working with the producers in the area and with your ministry staff on the ground. We have hired an agriculture water resource consultant that's actively participating in those meetings, and we are looking at other solutions as well, including an investment into longer term solutions.
Okay, and that can
just one more question, if I could, for Minister Green. It's just off topic or separate topic from my colleague in Squamish. The Sea to Sky Highway shut down for 8 hours, drowning people overnight. Are emergency support or services such as pop-up centers for people to stay at being considered? Any changes being made after that incident?
I certainly recognize how challenging it was for people stuck on the Sea to Sky for quite some time. it's very stressful regardless of what kind of circumstances you have. That's why we always recommend that folks have a grab and go bag in their vehicle as well as their home, so that you have that short-term supply to make you and your traveling companions more comfortable in the event that there's an unexpected difficulty in arriving at your destination. I would refer additional questions about the CEDIS guide to the Ministry of Transportation, and also recommend that folks check Drive BC before they set out on a road trip.
Okay, that concludes today's event. Thanks so much.
Wow, well, that was interesting. That was interesting to watch. Okay, Starman, take care, babe. Get some sleep. Okay. What else? I'm just looking at YouTube here for a sec. Oh, this looks good. Let's watch this. Okay, back to Lynette Hooker case.
YouTube viewers, I'm super excited to bring you Drop Dead Serious. If you've been watching my podcast over on Drop Dead Serious, I'm bringing it to you here on News Nation as well. We've got a great collaboration that's going, and I'm super excited that we're doing this and that you're here for it. And by the way, this is only the beginning. You're going to see regular content on the News Nation YouTube channel that is Drop Dead Serious content. And by the way, head over to Drop Dead Serious and check out our merch and all of our other topics that we're covering as well. But without further ado, this is Drop Dead Serious on News Nation's YouTube channel.
We
Hey,
love
everyone.
Ashley Banfield.
This is Drop Dead Serious, and I'm Ashley Banfield. Thank you so much for being here. Big news again today in the Lynette Hooker story. If you watched yesterday's episode, you know that we had some pretty big news, a bombshell in that case. I think it's the death knell, honestly. I think it's the information that proves this guy's going to get arrested. I think there's an indictment that's probably being crafted and drying as we speak. But the big news yesterday involved news that Lynette did make it back to Soulmate. We've spoken with family members of Lynette who are in regular communication with the Coast Guard, and the evidence shows on board Soulmate that Lynette made it back to the big boat. She made it back to Soulmate. There was no accident with a dinghy. She didn't bounce off the back of the dinghy with the dry bag and the keys to the dinghy and the passports, rendering Brian helpless, floating 4 miles to Marsh Harbor. It didn't happen. No. Instead, the evidence showed, and again, I'm just recapping because I got bigger news today as well, that there was evidence of a fight and foul play on board Soulmate. So there. Everything Brian said was a lie.
There.
And there's evidence that Lynette was dead on board Soulmate. Big news. And a lot of people affected by that. I did the episode yesterday on the Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue and their reaction to this, because they got wound up in the search and rescue efforts for days and days and days based on Brian Hooker's lie. But there's just so much more now, right? Like you go back over everything and realize, wait, hold it. He lied there too?
Yeah.
He lied to that person? He lied
He
to
lied
those
about
people?
everything.
Wow. Epic. And today, humdinger. I've got Facebook messages from Brian Hooker. Turns out Lynette had a really good childhood friend who reached out to Brian Hooker in the immediate days following the accident, right? And of course, everyone believed Brian. Why wouldn't you? He was telling us he was in such tragedy. He himself a victim of being marooned, right? I got the Facebook messages in which he spins yet another lie to her. And it's such a provable one. Looking back, so provable. We are now learning the depths of how dumb Brian Hooker really is. Here I was all this time thinking he was so clever and, he'd probably been crafty and figured out the ultimate plan. Oh God, he's a moron. He's a total dope, as it turns out.
Oh my
and
God.
you're wondering, well, it sure is taking a long time. We're at day 95 since Lynette went missing. You got the full force of the Coast Guard Investigative Service working this. Why isn't he arrested? Because, for very good reason, it's a federal case and the feds do things differently. So have faith. Don't have despair. I sense right now, say it again, that the ink is drying on a possible indictment. I think it's within weeks. And I've done this game for a long time. All I do is cover bad guys. And Brian Hooker's not charged with anything yet. Brian Hooker's not charged with anything. He's not guilty of anything until a jury of his peers finds him thus, if he's charged. I think he's going to be charged, and I think it's coming really soon. And he should be scared. And if you're watching this, Brian, I hope you enjoyed last autumn, because I think it's the last one you'll ever see. So let me get to some of the messages that I have. Brian Hooker texting a good friend, a childhood friend of Lynette's. First of all, she reaches out to Brian Hooker. I'm just going to show you this. This is his profile picture on his Facebook page. Boots are for feet, not for eat. Okay. Yeah, all right. Kind of jibes with just what a jackass he is, right? He's very anti-establishment, hates bosses, hates the man, always out to get the big guy. Anyway, kind of jibes. So Kelly is Lynette's friend, and she reaches out to Brian within 3 days of Lynette going missing. And this is what Kelly says to Brian. Lynette is one of my childhood dearest friends. Prayers, prayer emoji. The news is crushing my soul. And Brian answers, good morning, Kelly. Lynette speaks of you often in the same way. Keep praying. I am trying to keep the faith and doing what I can. Well, he's an atheist. Search and rescue is out again this morning to conduct another search before some weather comes in tomorrow. Some of her family and some of my family have arrived on the island. We're just trying to hold on and get her back. I'll try to keep you posted. Yeah, that's not true. No, you're fucking lying. None of her family came to you. None of Lynette's family came to you. When you wrote this was a lie. It would still be a couple days until the stepdaughter, who's kind of like your daughter, would show up, but you were already flying out. So this was just a lie, easily provable. Some of her family is here. Oh, we're just trying to hold on.
What a sack of shit, eh?
Thank you for responding, Kelly says, because I know you're going through hell right now. I am in prayer because she is religious. And I'm talking to her to help us find her. Please try to take care of yourself through this. Heart and prayer emoji. I like this, Kelly. She's sweet. Brian's response. Thank you, Kelly. I had to deactivate my Facebook page, but I think we can still Facebook message. I'm going out tomorrow with some people I'm hiring to continue searching. Thank you for the prayers. I think they help. Bullshit, you do not. You're an atheist. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. And by the way, that whole business about I'm going out tomorrow with some people I'm hiring to continue searching? No, you're not. You wanted to go out and search for Lynette. You hired some people and planned to go out tomorrow in this message. Really? Because other witnesses at the Conk Inn where you had your mooring ball Yeah. They watched you sitting on your ass for every day after the news broke that Lynette had disappeared. You weren't out searching. You were sitting on the porch near the dock of the Conch Inn drinking. That's from witnesses who work there. So
Wow.
you're just spinning another one. The messages go on. Kelly says, keep in touch as you can. I'm sorry the media is being brutal on you, because of course Kelly believes, like, why wouldn't we? You know, we want to give people the benefit of the doubt. Godspeed, my friend. Godspeed. She's so frustrated with this right now, looking back, because there she is giving him support and love in his time of trauma and need. Tragedy. No.
Okay.
She's being wound up like the rest of us. She's just caring and loving.
Okay, I'm on the back screen now. Okay, I'm working on my labels. Yep, no problem,
Then
Donna.
a little later on, Kelly texts back via Facebook to Brian and says, has any family got there yet? You need family, heart emoji. And here's Brian. Ready? Pour a drink. Trust me. Make it strong. Here's Brian. Lynette's parents are here. Really? Lynette's parents are here? No, they weren't. Not only were they not there on April 7th, they never were there while you were there. They've not been there since Lynette went missing. What is with you, you pathological fuck? It is provable that that's a lie. Why?
Come on.
You could have kept your bullshit going without that, but you couldn't help yourself, Brian. You just couldn't help yourself. Let me continue. Lynette's parents are here, and my sister and husband are here, and you are right, Kelly, 100%. They are helping keep me focused and not despairing. Really? There's foul play on board Soulmate, Brian.
I'll be right back.
There's evidence Lynette was dead on board Soulmate. A fight. Foul play. Evidence you got back to Soulmate. So what's all this bullshit about you despairing? Just curious, asking for a friend. Then Kelly says, I don't mean to intrude, but I love that girl. Thank you for sharing. Brian hearts that and says, she feels the same way about you, Kelly. So that should make you vomit in your mouth just a little bit. Yeah. As well as all the other lies that he has told, including to Blaine Stevenson. Again, Blaine and his wife, Marnie, very close with Brian and Lynette, great friends, also live aboard. They also sail permanently. They are on board their boat. I caught up with them in St. Lucia, and I talked to Blaine about this. Number one, the big breaking news, right, from my episode yesterday that, yeah, Lynette got back to Soulmate. She was on board Soulmate. The whole thing's a lie. The evidence shows she got back on Soulmate. There was evidence, foul play, and a fight, and there's evidence that Lynette was dead on board. All of these things are new to Blaine. We all suspected it, but now the evidence we know shows it, right? But also these text messages that Kelly got from Brian Hooker, because Blaine got some of the same shit sent to him. Here's my conversation with Blaine Stevenson. Blaine, thank you so much for being on the podcast again. It's good to see you again. And I feel like there's been progress in this case, even though we're at 95 days. And I'm recording this on July 8th. So before I get to the messages that Brian Hooker sent amidst the tragedy, I wanted to get your reaction to what we reported yesterday. And that,
Again, thanks for hanging out with me, everybody. I'm just working, getting my stuff done. Please take a look at my store. If you're interested, have a look at my store. There's my website. Use the discount code Welcome 2026 for a discount. Okay.
that was that it's all a lie. It's officially proven. Lynette did make it back to Soulmate. There is evidence of it. There is evidence of a fight and foul play on board. And there is evidence that Lynette was dead on board Soulmate. I wanted to get your reaction to this.
What the fuck?
It's new to me. The reaction for me is that it's sad. It also gives me hope on more.
Okay, that's weird. Chat GDP is not working for me. That's a problem. What to do? I might have to actually end it with you guys. I think I need to reboot. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna end it. We're at the 4-hour mark. Oh my god, I've been on here 4 hours already. So I'll let you guys go. I love you all. Thank you for hanging out with me. Please check out my store. I've got amazing products. Yeah, so I'll let you guys go for now. I love you all. Have a good day, good evening, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay cool out there. And I will make our fire go bags. Love you all. Bye.